A1 Padel. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to A1 Padel 2025, where we live paddle. And how long has it been since that Grandmaster final in Venezuela? And here we are, Aguilares, Tucuman, Argentina, for the very first tournament of the 2025 season, the Tucuman Aguilares Open. And what a journey it's been so far. As you can see, the beautiful landscape there of Aguilares here in Tucuman, a beautiful city in the Tucuman province is Aguilares, and that is, for those of you that don't know, 1,200 kilometers northwest of Buenos Aires and just 85 kilometers south of San Miguel de Tucuman, the capital of this great province. We'll tell you more about that province later on, but right now we're going to let our on-court announcer introduce the protagonists of this first of our semifinals of this great tournament. This great tournament, of course, having started on the 3rd of March, that is 6 days ago, and having been whittled down from 64 pre-qualifying teams, then another 16 qualifiers, a total of 80 teams. We started off with a main draw of 32 on the 3rd, and we are down to the last 4 teams. And what a humdinger we have in store for you. We're going to let our course announcer bring in the first semifinalists. We'll take you through the rest as we go along.
Tucuman Open, el mejor pádel internacional en esta primera fecha del calendario mundial. Señoras y señores, damas y caballeros, el agrado de tenerlos nuevamente con nosotros para formar parte de esta fiesta del pádel mundial. Instancia de semifinales, y presentamos el primero de los 2 partidos que tendremos en esta jornada sabatina. Presentamos la pareja que viene de superar a Sola y del Moral 5-7, 7-6 y 6-3 en un partido de locos ayer por la tarde. El placer de tener en A1 Padel un jugador diferente, de prestigio mundial, de Neuquén, número 5 en el escalafón A1 Padel. Presentamos al señor Adrián Tito Alemandi.
Yeah, big welcome from the on-court presenter for Adrián Tito Alemandi. And why not a big welcome, the number 5 ranked player on the A1 Padel Tour and a living legend of the sport of paddle in the world today, been around for many years across various circuits, and how privileged we are to have him on the A1 Padel Tour.
Se abre camino en el circuito a puro remate de Pamplona, España, número 11 en el escalafón A1 Padel. Señoras y señores, presentamos, aplaudimos al señor Aymar Goñi.
And alongside him, what a prodigious young talent, only 19 years of age, Aymar Goñi, the first Spanish player to have made it into an A1 Padel Master Final at the end of last season in Venezuela. And what a young talent this is. Write this name down, ladies and gentlemen. Aymar Goñi. We are going to hear this name loud and clear for many years to come in the world of paddle.
3-6, 6-2 y 6-3 en un partido trepidante. Campeones en 2023, subcampeones en 2024, 3 títulos ganados el año anterior, preclasificados número 1 ahora, de Salta, número 3 del circuito A1 Padel. Señoras y señores, presentamos al tractorcito de Salta, el señor Maxi Arce Simón.
Oh, here we go. Maximiliano Arce, the ambassador of the neighboring province, sporting ambassador of the neighboring province to Tucuman from Salta, Maximiliano Arce. Maxi Arce, the number 3 ranked player on the global ranking, former number 1, needs very little introduction.
Es de Buenos Aires y
now
ostenta el cuarto
nicknamed by
lugar en
the
el
court
escalafón A1
announcer
Padel.
El
Es el
Tractorcito, the little
francotirador.
tractor.
Señoras y
We've got other
señores,
names for him.
presentamos con el
We're going to
placer
wait
de
for his
siempre
partner to
al
be
señor
introduced.
Franco Del Bianco.
And here we go. Franco Del Bianco, the number 4 ranked player. And you can see him pointing his racket there, also affectionately known as the Sniper. 25 years of age. And what a pair these two are. The number 1 seeds for this tournament, the number 2 ranked team on the
El
global
arbitraje del
ranking.
internacional
And
Ariel
what
García.
a match
Señoras y
we
señores,
have
presentados los protagonistas
coming up
del
for
primer
us.
partido de este sábado de superacción.
It is what a treat. This match on your screens right now, many people's favorite final, as we have the number 1 seeds playing against the number 3 seeds. And you can see the camaraderie between the players on circuit there. Tito Alemande putting his arm around Maxi Arce. Total respect, total admiration between one another. And that is the camaraderie of the players on this tour. Players lining up with umpire Ariel Garcia, one of the most renowned referees in Argentina. And there they are for the customary match pick. And umpire Ariel Garcia will take the players through the toss and final rule reminders for the 2025 season. Strong emphasis is going to be on foul services. And on watching the clock. Delays in serving. Umpires have been instructed to enforce the clock. You'll see it on the top left-hand side of your screen coming up as soon as the scoreboard is up. When players are serving, they're given an allotted time to make their serves. Overstepping over the line, going to be enforced in a very big way for the 2025 season. Players are going to warm up right now. This is the obligatory 5-minute warm-up. There's the matches for today. Del Bianco and Arce on your screen taking on Gone and Alemande, first semi-final. And straight after this one, Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez, 2 young, exciting players taking on an even more exciting pairing, the number 3 seeds, and that is, or the number 2 seeds, in fact, for this tournament, Rama Pereira and Juan Edi Pascual. As I was telling you, the obligatory regulatory warm-up with the new balls. Those balls, of course, Knox Titanium. Knox, the official ball provider for the A1 Padel Tour for the 2025 season, just as they were in 2024. And the players will go through their warm-up routine, 5 minutes. And as they do that, some stats on your screen. There's Tito Alemande, evergreen, 44 years of age, from Neuquén in Argentina, playing in the drive position. And if you're unfamiliar with what that is, it's on the right-hand side of the court, the playmaker. And what a playmaker is Adrian Tito Alemande. Just to tell you what this man did at the age of 43 last year, 17 tournaments played, 3 quarterfinals, 9 semifinals, and 5 finals. Eluded him that win, but hot on the trail of everyone else, playing against players far younger than what he is. And alongside him, one of the rising stars, one of the shining lights of world padel, only 19 years of age, from Pamplona in Spain, 1.95 m, very impressive height, playing on the left-hand side of the court, on the backhand or the revés. And you can see why later on in the game how he finishes those points. Up until recently, ranked in the 30s, in the ranking, although he did win the Fabrice Pastor 1000 in Monaco early last year, and he caught the eye of Tito Alemande, who has taken him under his wings, played 4 tournaments with him, 1 semi-final, 2 finals was the tally of the 4 tournaments together, Aymar Goni and Tito Alemande, and here they are again in another semi-final, and mentorship at its best. Franco Del Bianco, the sniper, 25 years of age, and it's his birthday week. Turns 26 he turned 25 just 4 days ago from Quilmes in Argentina. And it would be remiss of me not to tell you, Maxi Arce, Franco Del Bianco had a phenomenal 2023 season, establishing a record of 10 tournament wins. That was equaled by Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso in the 2024 season. Yet, having a quiet season by their own standards last year, they still managed 3 tournament wins and were 4 times beaten finalists. Maxi Arce, of course, had one more win when he played the Madrid Open with Pablo Lijo. That was due to an injury from his partner, Franco Del Bianco. Evergreen partnership. This Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce, they've been together now for over 2.5 years. Something very unusual and impressive in the world of padel. There's Tito Alemande, the oldest player in history to win a tournament. He won the New York Grand Masters in 2023. And how impressive that was for Tito Alemandi. He's really, and if you don't know about Tito Alemandi playing, as we take you through this semi-final, you're going to see exactly what we mean. Lots of consultation, lots of communication with young Aymar Goni, always putting his arm around him, motivating him, keeping his head level with the player, and you'll see large improvement. It couldn't get bigger than this. It is the semi-final of this Tucuman Open, and they are playing the number 1 seeds. So a big test going to happen here for Aymar Goni. Here is Borja Lopez, who will be sitting on the bench of Aymar Goni and Tito Alemande. Experienced coach, has been at their side in previous tournaments before, and he will be giving them counsel at every turn. Players getting told about timing as Maxi Arce asks for some high balls during the warm-up. I see them unleashing some balls there. They'll go out of court and do final arrangements with equipment and come back and get this game underway. There's Franco Del Bianco, youngest number 1 at 22 years and 10 days. Became number 1 at the Asunción Open in 2022. There is a young coach, Gaston Alonso, as young as the players on the bench. Gaston Alonso, a new face on the coaching scene with the A1 Padel. He has done a lot of work with Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco in the preseason here in Argentina. So he'll be no stranger to what Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce are all about. Umpire Garcia's call for time. Players going to do their final arrangements, and they'll come back. We spoke about the balls, but it would be remiss for me not to tell you the match format. Best of 3 sets with tiebreakers played at 6 all, and tiebreaker being a standard one. First to 7 win by 2, and the golden point rule will apply. Lots of controversy, lots of discussion globally around whether to play advantage of golden point, and A1 Padel Global Tour electing to go with a golden point as they've done over the last few years with great success. So golden point it is at 40 all, or deuce, whichever one you want to call it. We're going to take some comments from the bench and we'll be right back with you. There's some head-to-head, and these players have played each other before. 13 games, the way of Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. 7 the way of Tito Alemande, Aymar Goni. 1 tie break, 2 sets the way of Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. And that was in the Salta Masters at the semi-final stage when Arce and Del Bianco won 6-1 and 7-6. That second set, a little bit tougher than the first one, but unfortunately a little too late. There's some matchups under the different partnership. You'll remember that Tito Alemande and Aymar Goni have only played together the last 4 matches. Before that they had different partners, so some variations there, and you can see that Del Bianco and Arce have got a very positive record. So very much the favorites for this. But don't be surprised if the very much balanced play of Tito Alemande and the exciting, explosive style of Aymar Goni don't cause an upset. For us, the neutrals, exciting times. We're going to take our seats, recline, get the refreshments, get the popcorn, and we are going to watch a semi-final that will leave us gobsmacked and lip-licking. Umpire Ariel Garcia is called on time for the players. Last words of advice there from Borja Lopez to Tito Alemandi. And players will get back on court. It seems Aymar Goni and Tito Alemande won the toss earlier on, and Aymar Goni will take us away, serving to Maxi Arce. Umpire asking the crowd to settle down. Very excited, understandably, at the beginning of this match. Goni going straight down the line. Arce with the return, trying to get over the head of Alemandi. Alemandi and Goni well positioned at the net. Maxi Arce finds the gap, and Tito Alemandi unable to retreat and find that return. Love 15 is the score. Goni to Franco Del Bianco. One stayed just in. Goes down the line, does Alemande, and Franco Del Bianco tries to return the favor, misguides it straight into the side fence. 15 all. Players feeling each other out at this early stage of this first set. You can see there some of those shots there, returns from Maxi Arce, some at power, some reducing in pace, like that second one, trying to force the error from Tito Alemande, and he does so successfully. 15-30. Goes for the finish. As Tito Alemande well positioned at the net, changes direction. Arce not able to deal with that. 30 all is the scoreline. (40-30). Aymar Goni looking to hold serve. The last thing he needs is to drop service so early on in the first set. A bit of a pancake type shot there from Tito Alemande at the net. And this time he goes for the cross-court bandeja. Hops in the air. It goes into the net. Golden point. First game of the match. First golden point. Maxi Arce immediately with his hand in the air. He'll be receiving the first one. For those with golden point, at juice of 40 all, the defending team elects who's going to receive the serve. And in this particular case, Maxi Arce elected immediately. The sudden death, the penalty shootout of the world of paddle is golden point. Oh, Maxi Arce leaves that one a little short. Aymar Goni says thank you, flicks it into the ground and out of the court for cuatro. And that's the first one, Goni and Alemande. Players will switch around now, and it'll be pretty quick. So we won't take a commercial break. We won't go to the benches because the players not very exerted physically. You can see they just quickly dry the rackets, maybe a sip of refreshment, and straight back onto the court, which is not going to happen in the other switch arounds, but still early in the game. And the switch on the first game, not something that will go on. There's a time for Alemande and Goni on court so far in this tournament, 5 hours and 12 minutes, and similarly Arce Del Bianco, 5 hours and 13 minutes. Yesterday, both teams in the quarterfinals had to play three setters, and those three setters took something out of them. Both teams lost their first set, came back to win comfortably in the second and third. Three sets nevertheless. Of course, are ultimately super fit sportsmen. which come off a very, very long preseason. So they should be in peak condition. Perhaps a little rusty in competition, but looking super. Great vision there from Tito Alemande, looking for the angle, getting in behind the blind side of Maxi Arce. Love 15. Great smash there from Franco Del Bianco. Bianco and Arce well positioned at the net. Deep lob there from Alemande. Retreats. The big hit there. Por tres from Maxi Arce. Great left-handed smash out of court. Goni on the chase. Not fast enough. Return off the glass there. A little short. And Maxi Arce punishing it emphatically. 15-all is the scoreline. We were telling you earlier on about Tucuman and Aguilares in particular, where we are being hosted by the Papalucho Iltano Padel Club. Is hosting this A1 Padel Tucuman Aguilares Open, and all the previous games played at various courts, particularly the pre-qualifiers and the qualifiers, with the center court hosting the greater part of the main draw, including this final, and that is the Complexo Monsignor Herrera. And what a great indoor facility is, and important that it is an indoor facility and that it's helping us, because outside of this indoor facility is 91% humidity today with 22 degrees. Not something you want to be dealing with at the altitude of 333 meters. So the players, for sure, very, very happy that they are indoors. Nevertheless, the humidity still prevails, but these are very, very experienced players. They know, they travel the world, play in different conditions, so they know how to do it. And that humidity, of course, leads for Aguilares, and particularly the province of Tucuman, to be known as El Jardín de la República, the Garden of the Republic, because it's such a high productive agricultural area. A lot of sugarcane and a lot of sugar mills. Two of the most important sugar mills in Argentina, in fact, here in Aguilares and the surrounding Santa Barbara. Also a very, very large footwear company, factory, in fact, and this makes this a very dynamic agricultural and industrial area for Argentina. 40-all is the score here. And we're going to see another golden point. Aymar Goni has put his hand up. He'll be receiving. So 2 games on the trot and 2 golden points. Emphatic finish there. The hop, the swivel, backhand into the ground, out of court, out of the reach of an outrunning Maxi Arce. 40-all, golden point. Alemande's serve goes deep. Arce's serve goes deep, but into the glass. He'll have a second chance. Goni tries to go for the parallel. Doesn't get enough lift. Goes straight into the net. 1 game apiece. And if these 2 games are anything to go by, we are in for quite a match. Tight. Players feeling each other up. No breaks thus far as we go into the 3rd game. And Tito Alemande will be serving. You can see there all the time talking to Aymar Goni, instructing him, strategizing. Alemande to Arce. Del Bianco looks for the fence. There's Alemande, gets the awkward bounce. Arce with a return into the fence. And we spoke about being in Argentina, Tucuman. And we stay in Argentina for the next tournament, which will be in Cordoba. The Cordoba Open starting already on Monday, 10th of March, running until the 16th of March. And then the tour moves on to France for the A1 France, a Grandmaster tournament, 21st of March to the 30th of March. And so we see how the world of paddle goes from Argentina all the way to France. And to be remiss to me not to bring out that, give a shout out to some of the A1 paddle fans out from Turkey who have sent us some comments, some fan compliments. And big shout out to our fans in Turkey, particularly Merve, who is a accomplished sports journalist learning about the sport of paddle and besotted with the A1 Paddle Global Tour, as we should all be. Goni change of direction, takes the pace off that ball. Arce with a great return, and look at that. Aymar Goni goes for the little tap and gets the kick out of court. Perfect technique. Aymar Goni. We're going to take a little break. Right now, we'll be back to you shortly. There we go. Beautiful insert there. The Adidas Adi Power. Adidas, a new partner for the A1 Paddle Global Tour. And that the Adi Power A1 Paddle Racket. Beautiful. Available at the A1 Paddle store. If you just go to, if you are not close to a A1 Paddle store in your area, you can visit www.a1paddlestore and you can buy that racket right there on your screen. Beautiful branded Adi Power A1 Paddle. Players are going to come back on court. Goni and Alemande leading by 2-1. And Franco Del Bianco will take us away serving to Tito Alemande. That return there. Backhand from Goni. Over carrying into the back glass. 15 love. Goni trying to get over the head of Del Bianco. He does so extremely well. Making it a little bit tight for Del Bianco to return. Change of direction there from Del Bianco. Completely catching Alemande out of position. Ball, though, over carries. And instead of just edging the corner, touches the glass first. You can see there, just off the glass. No need for a video review on that. 15 all. There's a change of direction from Goni. And that ball bouncing just before the line, before the glass. But fortunate there from Aymar Goni. You can see there's the swivel. And that ball just bouncing before the glass. Del Bianco looks for the rulo there. Doesn't find the fence. Goni equal to the task. Ball very bouncy, so players looking for that fence quite often. Goni doesn't get the lift required there. Recovers well. Arce trying to get over the head. Goni and Alemande have switched positions. And this time it's left short. And Franco Del Bianco pulls the trigger, snaps it out for tres with power and efficiency. You can see here he lifts it high, gets away with it. Goni doesn't finish. The ball comes short back to Franco Del Bianco and he finishes emphatically. Ball out of the court. Banga, banga, Franco Del Bianco. Speaking of bangers, Franco Del Bianco, Maxi Arce and Aymar Goni, all three on the court, are responsible for thus far the top 3 puntacos of the tournament. How's that for a treat for you viewers out there? The 3 best shots of the tournament so far having been played by players that are on the court right now. Beautiful vibra there from Ayman. And this time the ball over carries. Doesn't quite get over the net. Mishit. And it's 30-40. You can see there, Ayman Goni celebrating 2 potential break points here on offer for Goni and Alemande. 30-40 is the scoreline. Del Bianco to serve to Goni. Early break opportunity. Something that both see there. And that Ayman Goni over carries into the glass. Golden point. Yet another golden point. The matches are tight. Tito Lamande raises his hand. He's going to receive this one. You'll remember earlier on when Maxi Arce was serving, Ayman Goni was the receiver for 2 of those golden points, or at least 1. And this time, Tito Alemandi puts his hand up. Del Bianco to Alemandi. Golden point. Goes down the tee. Alemandi with a lift. Ball into the side glass. Almost an anticlimax. 2 games apiece. Ayman Goni to serve. Goni to Arce. See, Maxi Arce in a bit of a retreated position. A little unorthodox. Usually is quite close to the baseline. This time a little further back. Measuring the pace of Goni's serves. And there's a big finish there once again. Love 15. A lot more aggression in Maxi Arce's game in this tournament as to the end of last season. We remember some of his coaching comments were to be more aggressive towards the latter part of last season. Certainly took to the task and he's been working on that aggression in the preseason. And nothing pleases the eye like Maxi Arce in full flow. What a real professional textbook player. The king of the bajadas. You'll see, we haven't had a chance to see one so far in this match. But you'll see how, when they come along, how perfectly executed they are. Oof. When Ayman Goni swings wildly at that, ball catches the edge of his racket straight out of the court. Trying to intercept the flight of the ball and catch Franco Del Bianco unawares. Mistimes it completely. 15-30. Wiping his hand on the glass there. Perhaps a little bit of a slip between his hand and the grip of the racket. Change of direction there from Alemandi. Reverse from Arce. This time he doesn't reverse. Goes cross court to Alemandi. And Del Bianco unable to lift that off the net. 30 all. There we go. There's that consult, that constant motivation, constant coaching, constant mentoring on Alemandi to Goni. Some exciting players have played with Tito Alemandi, young players who are growing in stature. We're going to see another one that played almost the whole of the 2024 season with him in the next semi-final. Rama Pereira, that exciting player, also climbed the ladder of ranking when playing with Tito Alemandi and recently won his first tournament. We're going to have the pleasure of seeing him playing with Juan Di Pascual, 2 super exciting young players in the second semi-final later on. But onto this semi-final, and there are 2 break points available here for Arce and Del Bianco. As Goni continues to serve, 30-40 is the scoreline. And Alemande and Goni have both Arce and Del Bianco on the back foot here. And Goni goes for the fake smash there, swings it. You can see there he fakes the big hit down the center. Both players running up. Instead, he goes, angles it to the side, to the left-hand side. And there we see Maxi Arce unable to turn and get it back. Amagoni pleased with himself, forces yet another golden point. Franco Del Bianco will receive this one. Important golden point, still a break opportunity for Arce and Del Bianco. Del Bianco and Arce will be looking to gain some net position. Don't have to, and there's the break. Amargoni can't lift that Chiquita over the net. And 3-2, we're going to go to the benches, listen to what the coaches have to say as Arce and Del Bianco get the first break in this first set.
No intentes hacer cosas raras de amagar y tal, con la víbora, o si es muy clara le pegas, ¿vale? Víbora, si es muy clara le pegas, ¿vale? Luego otra cosa, cuando este está trabajando cruzado con Max...
Pero el tema es el siguiente, para. Papi, ya estamos aprendiendo lo que dijimos. Está jugando más Maxi que el otro. Entonces me da exactamente igual que juegue más Maxi que Franco. Vamos, la lucho. Yo trabajo por ahí, intentar meterte. Y meterte y definir. O la bola te queda ahí, no podés. Yo estoy corriendo y vos estás quieto y te cuesta arrancar. Entonces, o te metés con todo y decisivo, no podés no llegar a una bola flotando.
Esa es la que digo yo, ahí tienes que estar atento.
Es que escuchame, con el saque recién perdimos 3 bolas estúpidas. La primera tuya que hiciste así, medio raro, después volaste para arriba, después no sé por dónde mierda nos pasaron. ¿Sí? Esta última.
Venga,
claro, saque mucha cantidad de bolas. Ariel.
We heard there on the bench the displeasure of Tito Alemande with the way they got broken in that last match. Not happy with the way they responded. He felt they should have put that game away. The error from Goni was unforced and he wasn't happy with himself. But on we go. Let's fight back. And fight back they're doing. Love 15. Great point down the middle there from Alemande. That's the first service from Arce going a little bit on the long side. This one a little better. And they'll be looking to be a little bit more on the offensive. Goes for the fence again, this Franco Del Bianco. Not getting the directions that he's looking for. Not getting the awkward bounces off the fence. And Alemande and Goni almost getting it right to force Del Bianco and Arce back. And what an amazing shot there, Ahmad Goni, ladies and gentlemen. You can see there even Tito Alemande applauding. You can see he finds the angle. Let's see if we can see it. We didn't quite see it. He's trying to get the crowd going. That was an incredible shot. Tito Alemande saluting him. And love 30 is the scoreline. That was a little on the long side, despite the good return from Tito Alemande. Love 30. Not leaving any lob short is Goni and Alemande. They know very well that both Arce and Del Bianco can punish them if the ball is a little on the short side, but the lobs are keeping both Arce and Del Bianco backwards. And that's exactly where Alemande and Goni want to keep them. the challenge now will be for Del Bianco and Arce to force their way to the net, try to take control of this match. 15-30 is the scoreline, so just ignore that scoreboard showing the incorrect score. This time, Goni with the rebound off the glass goes straight into the net. 30 all. Down the middle goes Arce. A lot of spin there from Aymar Goni. Looks for the corner. Doesn't get it. Arce trying to push Tito Alemande back. Mande with those impeccable bandejas into the corner. Looks for the fence. Gets it. And this time, Aymar Goni off that backhand goes straight into the glass. It's marginal, but it's straight into the glass. He calls for the court assistant to bring him a towel. It's no excuse. That reversal of direction with a little bit too much power. High backhands seem to be problematic for Aymar Goni today. That's the second one that is directed into the glass. And Arce and Del Bianco will be taking notes. Good lift over there to Franco Del Bianco there from Goni. And he goes for the bajada at full power. Looks for the tight corner. Doesn't even get it over the net. And well held there, Maxi Arce. See, he follows the ball. Gets ready off the glass. We missed the end of that replay there, but he goes for a full-blown bajada at full power. Looks for the short gap between the fence and Del Bianco and goes straight into the net. Into the ground it goes, and out of the court, Aymar Goni. That'll give him a little bit more confidence. 15 love. See there as he hopped. You can see, if we see the replay, he goes into a full hop and bangs that into the ground. Big change in direction there. Arce equal to the task. Looks for the fence. Arce through the legs of Alemande. Alemande, great defender, defends one, defends the second one. And straight at the body of Franco Del Bianco. 30 love. Tito Alemande using all his experience, all his guile, all his stratagem to get that one back. And how well does he do that? Goes for the power there. Del Bianco well positioned. And he reverses that off the glass on the swivel, straight down the middle. And you can see, look at this, pierces the gap between Goni and Alemande. No answer whatsoever there. Take a bow, Franco Del Bianco. Perfectly executed. Textbook shot. If you're a young player watching that, press pause, rewind, clip it, and watch it over and over again as a coaching tool. Perfectly executed, Franco Del Bianco. And this time is the bandeja slightly hard-powered from Alemande straight at the feet of Arce. Who digs deep into the block hole but can't get it up. 40-15. That ball was out. Tito Alemande trying his football skills. Maxi Arce doesn't agree. He thinks the ball was in. So we have a call for a video review. And we'll have umpire Ariel Garcia consulting with our video umpire. Oh, players agreed on a retake. That was out, so we're going to take a brief commercial break. When we come back, 40-30, 4-3 is the score, and Arce and Del Bianco will look to force their advantage. And players are back on court. Franco Del Bianco will serve 4-3 up, looking to force the advantage. And you saw there in the commercial break 2 fantastic innovations of the A1 Padel Global Tour, the A1 Padel Clinics. If there is one in your area, be sure to go state-of-the-art medical treatment and recovery for anyone who has a paddle injury or just maintenance of great physical condition. And a world first for the Padel Tour, and of course the A1 Paddle Shop. If you're unable to visit a physical outlet, you're welcome to visit the www.a1paddleshop.com website, where you can buy a lot of the equipment and merchandise you see on display by some of these top players on court. Beautiful shot there, straight down the middle, low and hard, almost a drop. Perfectly positioned, the second bounce almost just before the glass, and no answer there from Aymar Goni. Franco Del Bianco delicately piercing the veil there, creating a division between Aymar Goni and Tito Alemande. Suspicion of wetness in the glass, the way that ball dropped so quickly. So Alemande is called on the court martial to come and dry the glass. The unheralded heroes of the world of paddle, court martials. A lot of these finishing smashes from Goni not having the desired effect. Of course, these are relatively new balls. They've only played, we're only in the 7th game. And we are playing at slight altitude. The humidity is high. Temperature is high, so we expect a lot of bounce. We need a little bit more guile than power. And guile is exactly what Aymar Goni did there with a change of direction at the net. And look at that, getting in behind the right-hand side of Maxi Arce and finishing that point emphatically. 15-all is the scoreline. Tito Alemande calling the court martial once again. Players constantly in touch with the glass panels with their perspiration, so it creates wet spots. No good for the ball. It slides off instead of bouncing off. This time Aymar Goni again with his backhand into the net. 30-15. Goes over the head of Franco Del Bianco again, once, twice. Change of direction from Del Bianco. Nice and bouncy, these balls. We have 2 more games with them. Remember, new balls introduced after 9 games and then subsequently after 11. And 11 again thereafter. That loss from Alemande overcarrying, just slightly tipping the bottom edge of the glass. So 40-15 is the scoreline for Del Bianco and Arce. Immediately, Goni goes to Alemandi for more consult, to a point where umpire Garcia has to call for time. Remember, we spoke at the beginning of the game about time. Full power there. Goni to the body of Franco Del Bianco. Can only just parry it. And the resulting bounce goes out of court. You can see there, straight at his body. Tries to deflect it, but no control whatsoever. Ball flies out of the court. 40-30. There's the drop shot from Maxi Arce. Well recovered from Goni. There's the bajada. The king of bajadas gets his first chance of the match. And there's the result, ladies and gentlemen. 5-3. Del Bianco Arce and Aymar Goni will be serving to keep his team in this first set. Here we go. We spoke about it earlier. We spoke about Maxi Arce being the king of the bajadas, how well he executes them. We spoke that he hadn't had a chance yet, but both Alemande and Goni would have strategically kept him away from that type of shot. And at his first opportunity, perfectly executed, wins the point. Well defended Alemande. Switch positions with Goni. Goes big, looks for the portraits, doesn't quite get the lift. Leaves that one a little short. There's the hard vibra from Alemande once, twice. This time he goes slightly more into the middle. Franco Del Bianco defending for his life. Change of direction, Tito Alemande. And Maxi Arce does the matrix move. Gets out of the way, ball straight into the glass. Incredible rally there of points. Big hits there from Tito Alemande. Well defended, Franco Del Bianco. Love 15. Goni with the first serve into the net. Second one a little better. Looks for the corner, does Goni. Goes big, doesn't get a kick. And down the parallel goes Franco Del Bianco. It's a cross-court swivel. Forces Tito Alemande with a step to his left and then goes down the parallel soft and gently and takes the score to love 30. That stayed in, that lob. Arce, big hit off the back of his foot. Hits himself for the racket. And the block there from Tito Alemande. You can see there the ball clearly in, bouncing before the line. Tito Alemande's parry takes the ball out of court, misdirected. Court martial back on. 4 break points here as Goni looks to serve to Franco Del Bianco. Love 40. And as Goni and Alemande try to stay in this first set, they've got a hard task on their hands. 4 break opportunities, as I said. And Goni goes down the tee. Del Bianco recovers well. And there's the attempted drop shot from Del Bianco. It doesn't quite get over the net. 15-40. Still 3 break opportunities on offer for Arce and Del Bianco. Great lift there. Big hit once again. Goni into the corner. Del Bianco defending like his life depends on it. And there's the drop shot. Just clips the top side of the net. The drop shot from Goni. And just hits the little red writing of the on the clip on the net. And that is the game and set. First set, Franco Del Bianco, Maxi Arce. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back to you with a summary of this first set. And there you saw it, ladies and gentlemen. Monte Carlo International Sports. How grateful we are at the A1 Padel Global Tour to have a sponsor of the quality of the Monte Carlo International Sports on board. And we'll tell you more about Monte Carlo International Sports shortly. There's a set summary on your screen. Very tight on the total points. 128 to 26, the way of Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. But the big difference, the unforced errors, 15 for Goni and Alemande versus 7 of Del Bianco and Arce. 4 out of 5 smashes by Arce and Del Bianco, where only 2 out of 3 for Goni and Alemande. And of course, the break points, 2 out of 5. And that led to our scoreline of 6 games to 3. In the first set, Maxi Arce, Franco Del Bianco, showing why they are the favorites for this match, showing why they are the number 1 seeded team for this tournament. And it'll be interesting to see what Borja Lopez is telling, or to hear what Borja Lopez is saying to Aymar Goni and Tito Alemande to get them to mount a fight back and or a remontada, to see whether they can get back into this game in the second set and force perhaps a third and decisive test. Del Bianco and Maxi Arce will want to hear none of that. They'll want to press their advantage and put the semi-final to bed, get out of the court and go and get some rest, prepare for tomorrow's final. So interesting chess of paddle to be seen over the next 40 or so minutes, which is the time that first set took, more or less 50 minutes in fact, or just under 50 minutes. So if it's a similar thing, we're looking to see some of that. Goni looking to get over the head of Del Bianco, must directs that into the fence. 15 love. As he shakes his head, the body language is not right. Alemande has got a job on his hand to get young Aymar Goni's head back into flow. Motivate him. The swivel there from Goni with a little bit more power. Well defended there from Del Bianco. Here comes the swivel once again, this time a little less power. Del Bianco once again deals with it well. And they go for the big hit. Fake smash there, a little confusion there from Del Bianco and Arce. Franco Del Bianco defending very, very well. We haven't seen Franco Del Bianco defend like this for quite a while. He did struggle with injuries towards the latter part of last season, and he's certainly recovered well enough. The preseason has been very fruitful, And he's looking in peak physical condition, defending at his peak. And a beautiful finish there from Tito Alemande. Incredible point. Not quite the banger, but strategically a well-orchestrated point. And look at that. All the experience, all the intelligence of Tito Alemande. Fakes the shot, cross-court back to Maxi Arce, rotates his racket, and just drops it into the corner to the feet of Franco Del Bianco, who's unable to be fast enough to react to that. And not enough room, not enough speed, not enough reaction time. 15 all. Arce goes to Alemande, straight down the tee. There's that vibra into the corner from Arce once, twice, and the second time, Margoni mistimes it. Can't quite defend it. 30-15. That beautiful, beautiful. Margoni, he has so much talent, this young man. He can do something like that, and in the very next shot, he can overpower it straight into the glass. He needs to settle down a little bit. It is his first match of the season. So much talent, so much potential, and he is playing against the number one seeds and holding his own. But there we go, exactly what we spoke about. And what looked to be a relatively easy return on the backhand goes straight into the top edge of the net. 40-30 is the score. You saw that he was visibly upset with himself. Not quite what he wanted to do. This time he does it right. There's the hook shot from Del Bianco. Well interjected by Maxi Arce. And this time it's the turn of Tito Alemande to go into the net, and that's the first game for Arce and Del Bianco. First game of the second set. You'll see a quick switcheroo coming up, although the players are at bench. And you can see on your set there, look at that, Franco Del Bianco, 4 winners, only 2 unforced errors. Where if you compare that to Goni, look at that, 10 winners, 10 unforced errors, almost 1-to-1, and 2 forced errors versus 4. A big statistic there. Arce 6 winners to 4 of Alemande, and unforced errors 3 out of 4 for Alemande, whereas Maxi Arce only 2 out of 6. And that really is the tale of the story. Unforced errors thus far, and quite a lot more from Goni and Alemande than from Arce and Del Bianco. Some very clever people in Padel often say Padel is a game of attrition, a game of percentages, a game of not making a mistake. And there we go. Less mistakes, and the first set in the bag. 6-3. Arce Del Bianco now leading 1-0 in the second set. Tito Alemande will serve, and he'll go straight to Maxi Arce as soon as our young court marshal finishes drying those wet spots on the back glass there. And he's finished. Off he goes to a raucous round of applause from the crowd. Well done. The crowd recognizing the good work that young man is putting in. Without them, we would not be watching the spectacle we are watching. Tito Alemande goes deep to Maxi Arce, a little too deep. Ball carries over the baseline. Coming off the glass there, this time quite deep, not leaving anything to chance. A little swivel there from Arce, catches Goni unaware, but the ball over carrying straight into the fence. 15 love. $30 love. There's that famous war cry of Tito Alemande. Hey. Clearly his mood. He's swinging to the positive. That didn't quite work out for him, so 30-15. But usually when the war cry is out, Tito Alemande is in full swing. Ngoni with power to the feet of Del Bianco, 40-15. You can hear, watch Tito Alemande. Listen out as he serves. A little too long. When he comes across, looks for Del Bianco again. And this time Del Bianco loses his footing. Ball overcarries into the glass. One game apiece. That ball had an awkward bounce there. Del Bianco missed it completely. Hits it back on the rebounds from the glass. Just lost sight of it there. Drawing their towels. Their handles with towels. Apologies. It is, as I said, 23 degrees. That is outside. They are playing indoors, so probably around the 25-meter mark inside this amazing dome, which is the Complexo Monsignor Herrera here in Aguilares in Tucuman. And, of course, 91% humidity outside. That'll be translating to quite a bit of humidity indoors, despite the air conditioning. There'll still be humidity. Players are perspiring profusely, and hence all the wet patches on the glass that our friend, the court marshal, is busy addressing. Temperature is expected to drop as the day unfolds, so we expect that second semi-final to be slightly better conditions. Keep in mind that Aguilares is at 333 meters of altitude, so not massively high altitude, but it affects conditions of play for sure. More bounce on the ball, more kick, and players adapt. You can see how that ball rebounds off the glass, how it overcarries on lobs, and that takes Del Bianco and Arce to 40 love. There's a drop shot from Maxi Arce. Goni recovers well. Bianco straight down the court. Doesn't get enough lift on it. Didn't lock and load his gun. Goni comes across from the drop shot on the opposite side of the corner and finishes that point emphatically. Franco Del Bianco will be disappointed. He didn't put a finish to that. 40-15. There's the swivel. Well defended by Goni. Switch of position there from Goni and Alemande. There goes Goni for that bajada. Second time he's tried that through the narrow gap of Del Bianco. Makes the mistake again. And it looked out as it hit the side fence. However, there seems to be a disagreement and they've called for a video review. So umpire Ariel Garcia, important point that, because that'll give either a break or either a juice to Alemande and Goni, or it'll give the game to Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. Umpire Ariel Garcia having a look at the footage provided by our video review team, and he'll bring out his determination to the players very shortly. We'll be able to see that on your screens as well. Players waiting patiently. If you watched earlier on the preview of this match, you would have seen an interview with umpire Ariel Garcia, and now he was talking about the advantages of a video review, something he doesn't always have access to when he's umpiring matches in Argentina and in the local circuits, and how pleased he is to have it when he's umpiring the A1 Padel Global Tour matches. A real important tool to have for an umpire and, of course, the players, and for the integrity of the sport in the spectators' eyes. You see there, a full house in the background there. Spectators having streamed in for this first semi-final. There will no doubt even be more for the second semi-final, which will be an all-Argentinian affair. And that comes up straight after this first semi-final. And the umpire has called, the video reviewer has called the ball out. So that is the game to Del Bianco and Arce, who now lead by 2-1 in the second set. There is on your screen, and you can see that Bajada goes straight into the glass. We're going to take a brief commercial break. When we come back, we'll take you through the remainder of the second set.
¿Quién lo define? ¡Grítelo! ¡Párese, Cruz! ¡Grítelo! ¡Grítelo! ¡Puntazo, amigos!
Back on court, our players are having tense conversations with their coaches, both Gaston Alonso and Borja Lopez, busy with their charges, discussing tactics, discussing strategy, after analyzing what is transpiring on court as we get into the second set and the beginning stages. So 2-1, Del Bianco and Arce lead. No breaks in the second set. That is after winning the first by 6-3. If you've just joined us, my name is Paulo de Carmo. I'll be keeping you company here in this A1 Padel Global Tour, the Aguilares Tucuman Open here in Argentina. Players are now back on court. You can see Maxi Arce there on the right of your screen, bouncing up and down as he gets ready to receive the service from Aymar Goni. Aymar Goni with that backhand volley once again into the glass. Very uncomfortable with that shot. So far, lots of unforced errors with that backhand so far in this match. Love 15. Great bandeja there from Tito Alemande. Ball using the double wall and dipping fast and furiously. Maxi Arce couldn't quite get underneath it. So it goes off direction. 15-all is the scoreline. Fortunate there, Del Bianco off the top edge of the net. And then the second volley goes straight into the glass. 30-15. Goni serving a little wider. You can see there quite a distance from the center line, from the tee for that serve as he goes to Del Bianco. Giving his serves a little bit of diversity. And there he goes. Popping that into the ground, out of the court, por cuatro. Goni retreating, goes for the bajada again. He goes for the angle. This time he takes the pace off it, and he doesn't go anywhere near the fence. He gets it perfectly right. Aymar Goni take a bow. That is 2 games apiece. Maxi Arce to serve. If you haven't done so yet, and you are on social media, perhaps listening to us on YouTube or via one of our broadcast partners, Disney+, ESPN, DAZN, Mediaset España, TV Monaco, La Liga Plus, Marca, or any other one of our retail distributors of the picture. You can go to our social media channels, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, or LinkedIn, and just follow, like, whatever is applicable for that particular network, and friend us, and just to make sure that you get kept up with all the goings on, all the developments, and all the process of the A1 Padel Global Tour as we make our way around the world during this 2025 year. This is going to be one of our biggest years as we take paddle to the majority of the corners of the globe. Maxi Arce not losing his cool there at the net despite the comeback there from Alemandi and Goni, and forcing the ball low and hard into the back of Aymar Goni, who couldn't get it up onto the glass. In fact, he hit himself with it. 15 all. Very tight against the glass. More wet patches. More work for our court martial. As I said, social media, make sure to follow, like, friend, whatever is applicable on that network, and A1 Padel Global Official, available on all the mainstream social media channels. Into the net goes yet another backhand from Aymar Goni, this one on the swivel. 30-15. Yes, Tito Alemandi providing coaching. Rack it up. No lip reading allowed. Great return there from Goni. Coming over the head of Del Bianco. This time Goni with power at the body of Maxi Arce. 30 all. See there, he's expecting it. He powers up. Great preparation from Aymar Goni. Stacking no prisoners. That serve there from Arce clipping the net, but going a little long. Goni with a scoop off the glass. Bianco trying to force Alemandi back. Alemandi dealing with it, finding the gap down the middle. Into the fence goes that ruler there from Goni. 40-30 is the scoreline. It's a great disappointment there from Tito Alemandi. Look at that body language. Look how he looks backwards. He's not happy. He wants young Aymar Goni to have a little bit more patience, pick his opportunities to finish a little bit more carefully, and that's not happening. (40-30) is the scoreline. And that lob there from Franco Del Bianco, straight out of the court, and that forces a golden a break opportunity handed on a silver platter here to Aymar Goni and Tito Alemandi. Arce will serve. And it seems like he's serving to Tito Alemandi, who immediately raised his racket. It is a golden point. It is a penalty shootout. It is a sudden death for paddle. The serve goes down the middle once again. This time Arce finds the middle. Franco Del Bianco controlling himself for the finish. And something Maxi Arce does not. Return off the glass there from Aymar Goni. A little short. Maxi Arce says, Franco, this is what you're supposed to do, which you didn't do previously. And he finishes straight at Goni and straight back to his side of the court. 3-2. Well held, Maxi Arce. Looked a little tough there, but we're going to the benches.
¿Qué quieres que haga, Borja? así vamos perdiendo, siguiendo vamos perdiendo.
Pero no hemos jugado tan mal ahora.
No, pero perdemos siempre.
Bueno, vale, tranquilo.
Sí, bueno.
Hay que seguir, no queda otra. Y cuando tengamos que hacerlo mejor, cuando tengamos la oportunidad otra vez.
¿Y qué es mejor? ¿Qué es mejor? ¿Qué es mejor? ¿Qué es mejor?
Pues ahora jugamos bien.
Vale, y seguimos perdiendo. Entonces, ¿qué mierda falta? ¿Qué falta, pa?
Que ellos también juegan.
Vale, ¿qué falta?
Ellos también juegan.
Vale, ¿y?
Ahora, clavamos el globo allí. Este se fue, le clavaste la chiquita, subimos. El tío hizo un pase y con la volea por el medio.
Montarnos, los planos que no se nos pasan. Sí, bueno, planchas. No planchas. No entran. Listo, no entramos. ¿Por qué ese globo?
Vamos ahora, quedamos acá. Vamos, vamos. Quedamos acá.
Players are back on court. Tito Alemandi visibly and audibly disappointed with what's going on, voicing his opinion that we keep getting caught, keep getting pushed behind, we're losing control at the net. Where's the instruction from Gaston Alonso to Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco is more of the same. Margoni with an emphatic clip down and out of court. He's done 4 or 5 of those so far in this game to great effect. Not doing enough of them, probably, in Tito Alemandi's opinion. It is a strength, it is a weapon in his arsenal. Tito Alemandi keeps on knocking on Franco Del Bianco's left-hand corner. And eventually it pays off. A little fortunate, the ball bouncing just before the fence there. Catching Franco Del Bianco a little flat-footed. Goes down the middle. There's a swivel from Franco Del Bianco. This time he goes across to Maxi Arce. Taking command is Tito Alemandi. 40 love. Don't be surprised to hear that war cry at the next serve. And there we go. Predictable. He's on song. Feeling positive. Change of direction. Goes to Del Bianco. Again to Del Bianco. Goni sticks with the direction. Alemandi goes. Looks for the double wall ruler. Changes the direction. Gets the ruler to the opposite side. And wraps the game up. 3 games apiece. Franco Del Bianco to serve. Commanding masterclass there from Tito Alemandi. How to strategize and win a game with intelligence. Tito Alemandi drawing on his many, many years of experience to take a commanding position in that game. 3 games apiece, second set. Arce and Del Bianco won the first set 6-3, and Del Bianco will now serve to Alemandi. Tender touch, and for the very first time, Franco Del Bianco locks and loads, powers to the feet of Tito Alemandi, and straight to his shoe. You can see that. No harm done. Of course, this is the nature of the game. None of these players intend malice with those smashes, and perfectly understandable. Players don't take any offense with that. Del Bianco probably needed that for confidence. There's another round of applause for the court-martial. Del Bianco to Goni. Instead, he goes to the net. Second one. to Goni. Alamandi taking the pace off both of those shots. There's increased pace from Goni. Fakes the finish. Changes direction. Arce equal to the task. This time he goes a little deeper. A bit fortunate perhaps. And Arce and Del Bianco finding themselves rooted to the bottom end of the court. And there's some interjection there. Goni with power into the ground. Out of court. Arce rushes out. Just misses. Watch him here on the run. Oof. And that's millimeters. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco will not want to be caught hugging that back glass too often. Not like that. Allowing Goni and Alemandi to dictate from the net position. Not ideal. 15-all is the scoreline. And you can sense Tito Alemandi on the ascendancy of positivity. You can almost sense whoever gets the early break or the next break will win the set. It's very tight. Both teams are not giving each other too much quarter. So a break would be crucial. It is 3-all. It is 30-15. Del Bianco on serve. (40-15). And there's the game on the board, 4-3. We're going to take a brief commercial break and we'll be right back with you.
Not everyone plays here. Not everyone can. Some courts are built for regular games, and some courts are built for greatness. Padel Tech, official court of A1 Padel. Built for the new era of Padel. Built for the best.
Players coming back on court there. 4-3 is the scoreline. Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce with the upper hand. So we're going to see Aymar Goni serving 3-4. And you saw in the commercial break there, Padel Tech Courts, built for a new era of paddle, the official partner of the court. So that beautiful red court on your screen provided by Padel Tech Courts. And of course, Comma Paddle, or Joma if you're anglicized. And sure, those beautiful A1 Paddle shoes available, as we mentioned earlier, on the a1paddleshop.com website or at the retail store closest to you that is a stockist of Comma Paddle shoes or Joma. Wani there with a change of direction goes into the net. Love 30. Alemande trying to get over the head of Arce. Arce with power, and this time a little too much as it comes off the wall, goes straight into the back glass. 15-30. Margoni pleased with himself. He saw that service game running away from him at love 30. Now 15-30. As we said, we're entering a critical phase of the second set. You almost get the feeling whoever breaks is going to get away with it. Arce well anticipated. Wonderful point building up here. Alemande keeps going to corner. This time he finds the center. Reduction in pace there from Del Bianco. And Del Bianco and Arce continue to be rooted at the back of the court. Alemande and Goni a little unlucky there. Ball once again clipping the top edge of the net. The score goes 15-40. And you can see there how exhausted Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco are getting. They are being pounded into defensive mode. And not ideal, but they are coming up trumps. 15-40, a mountain to climb for Ayman Goni. 3 break opportunities. He's equal to the task, moves up to the net. The low return there from Maxi Arce, and Ayman Goni punishes it into the ground and out of the court. Banga, banga, you can call this one. Look at that. Off it goes into the third row in the grandstand just behind us. And Ayman Goni will take a lot of positivity out of that. The crowd getting behind them. See there, full house. Both sides. Big fans of Padel. This community here in Aguilares. And great comeback there. Tito Alemande forcing Franco Del Bianco into the court. The return misdirected, and the golden point is forced. Excellent play there, Tito Alemande, Ayman Goni. They'll be asking themselves, why are we making life so hard for ourselves? Franco Del Bianco will receive. He returns that. Alemande goes back to him. Change of direction there from Goni. Looks for the middle. Alemande prefers to go the way of Del Bianco. And there's the finish from Ayman Goni. Into the ground. Out of the court for cuatro. Well held, Ayman Goni. 4 games apiece is the scoreline. We haven't seen Ayman Goni on too many kick smashes, not too many portraits, but boy oh boy, has he been good with these flicks into the ground and out of the court. And he's done, that is his 7th one of the match so far, and 100% record on them. They are winning the points. Arce and Del Bianco will be disappointed. 3 break opportunities given away and well held by Goni and Alemande. 4 games apiece, Arce on serve. And that lob there from Tito Alemande, a little bit too high. A little bit of misjudgment on the bounce of the ball off the second wall there. Forced an outstretched shot. Not a lot of control there. Maxi Arce is asking himself, what happened there? Well returned, Ayman Goni. Well returned. Perhaps we can see a little replay of that, and you'll see how delicate that was. We didn't see the early part, but there was a drop shot there. Fortunate drop shot from Ayman Goni, and Arce in position, but tried to go sideways and then get it over the net. 15-all is the scoreline. Arce with the bajada straight down the middle. Well blocked. Goni. Change of direction. That is one of the first backhand volleys of Ayman Goni. Find the direction, not clip the net, not go into the fence. Instead, point on the board. Catching Maxi Arce completely flat-footed. You can see there he's trying to reach out. He's going the wrong way, and he can't do anything about it. 15:30 is the scoreline. And if we thought it was a critical time of the game at 3-all, at 4-all, the stakes are raised. And that return there from Amargoni into the net. 30-all. Both Arce and Del Bianco looking for Goni in the corner there. And there's that backhand return misguided again from Aymar Goni. Clipping the side of the fence. Well left Maxi Arce, 40-30. Great anticipation there from the master, Maxi Arce. Franco Del Bianco looks to take power off that one, off that bandeja. Instead goes into the net, and a golden point is forced. There is now a potential break on the cards here for Goni and Alemandi. From a position of advantage, Del Bianco and Arce are making life difficult for themselves. And as we said before, you start to get the feeling that the first break will win the second set. Are we to see a break here? And Alemandi and Goni taking the advantage to try and force a third and decisive set? Or are we going to see Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce hold serve and look to press an advantage? It all sits on the edge of this golden point as the first serve goes straight into the net from Maxi Arce. Alemandi Del Bianco. Alemandi Del Bianco. Goni. Arce intercedes. And the lob there from Alemandi out of court. Arce and Del Bianco breathe deep. They go 5-4 up. Alemandi will come back. 4-5 will be the scoreline, and we're going to listen to what the benches have to say.
Siempre. O sea, la que toques de derecha la clava siempre. Ha sido mala leche que te ha botado ahí mal el cristal. Si llega así, Max, importantísimo.
Sí, estuvo bien. Para mí, si queremos hacer eso, hay que ir con presión. No esperar que los flacos tiren fuera.
Estoy restando una bandeja. No estoy restando.
Y bueno, entonces nos subamos, nos pegamos un poquito. Ahora se me queda lejos. Estaríamos ganando más puntos por el error de él, digamos. Obvio, con las voleas, digamos, que no se nada. Ahora, muchachos, hacemos 1 o 2 puntos, nos agarramos como garrapatas. Ey, vamos, no, vamos.
Tito Alemandi telling his partner and his coach, the only way we're going to win this is by putting pressure. We've got to press. And that is, and Coach Borja Lopez in full agreement with Mr. Alemandi in terms of that pressure to be applied. And that's what they're going to be looking to do as they progress through the second set. That return there from Franco Del Bianco, a little wild. And Alemandi Goni go 15 love up. And that's the pressure Alemande was asking for from Goni. Step it up, power down, 30 love. You see there, he intercedes, cuts the ball off at the pass, and finishes emphatically. Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce still rooted to the back of the court. Not really making any progress towards the net. Is this a strategy to play on the defensive against these two? Or is it just circumstance? 30 love. And there we go. There's that pressure. There's that aggressiveness of Tito Alemande. He goes to the volleys of Del Bianco and Arce at the net. Changes direction. Finds the gap. You see there. 1, 2. And it's right through Franco Del Bianco. Taka Taka at the net, and the winner is Alemandi. 40 love. There's the wild bajada there from Aymar Goni. Straight into the back glass. 40-15. The crowd giving them the rundown, the build up. Amargoni with the finish. Smackdown at the top of the net, straight down the middle, ball out of court. So proper slap. You can see there, banga, banga. Out of court she goes, and scores are even. 5 games apiece. It was not a game Tito Alemande wanted to lose, and Aymar Goni agreed emphatically. The aggressiveness of both of those players made sure that Del Bianco and Arce didn't get a look in. It's 5-all now. Del Bianco serving to Alemande. Low and hard. Using the double walls that goes from Maxi Arce. 15 love. There he aims sideways. Ball is short, so the second bounce off the second glass is low. Ball doesn't quite get enough bounce to allow Aymar Goni to lift. This time Goni into the net. Off the glass. Can't quite get the lift. Franco Del Bianco 30-15 up. Franco Del Bianco unsettling the opposition there. The bounces of the ball. Bandeja down the middle from Maxi Arce. Looks for Alemandi. The lift from Alemandi. Perfect lob. Change of direction again. This time it's Alemandi who can't get underneath it. And it's 40-15. The crowd there once again with a build-up, creating momentum. Franco Del Bianco with a ball bounce. Deep concentration as he goes to Tito Alemande. Straight down the tee. This time Alemande doesn't lob. There's the bajada. And the lob. Excellent block there from Aymargoni, and the lob from Maxi Arce overcarrying straight into the back glass. 40-30. Court Marshall back on to dry the glass. A lot of interruptions because of the perspiration on the glass. Interesting comment on the YouTube where Mr. Salkin asking if it's hard playing with Alemandi. He seems to be very keen on playing the way he wants. His backhand player doesn't have any room for creativity or mistakes. Not likely. Lots of creativity around the play of Aymargoni. Tito Alemandi, of course, the senior player, acting almost like a mentor, and many, many years the senior of Aymargoni. And of course, Aymargoni will come out of this experience, however long it lasts, with great learnings. And this time, Aymargoni, as you can see there, way too much creativity, changes direction, overpowers the ball straight into the fence, and it goes 6-5. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back with you shortly.
Creo que en el tiebreak, cuando lo estemos, podemos enganchar con tu derecha de chiquita a Maxi Arce. Perdón, a Franco Dalbiac, en paralelo. Cuando marcas aquí el globo o aquí el globo, creo que en alguna lo puedes... No, si te caes para atrás, no. Pero si estás bien plantado, le enseñas el globo, le tiras chiquita y la avanzas un poco. En algún punto del tiebreak, ¿vale? Acuérdate de esto, porque ya controlar.
Lo pasó 2 veces ya. Cuando le vas, acordate con esa bola alta a la contra, que no se puede hacer nada, tenés que irle. No te la puedo cantar, tenés que irle, pero andate a la red. No le des espacio para que te la baje a los pies, Andate a la red, punto. Te va a chocar la bola vos. Andate a la red, que ahí hay que presionarlo. Bien, dale.
Confianza, al saque estamos siendo mucho mejores. En la red somos mucho mejores.
Vamos ahora, vamos ahora.
Vamos, estamos bien, vamos.
Tito Alemandi with a common thread, more pressure. Come to the net. He says to Aymargoni, you're playing better when you come into the net. You come to the net, we win the points. Some acrobatics there from Franco Del Bianco. Doing a Emi Martinez impersonation. And beautiful. Tito Alemandi into the side fence. And what a wonderful point. More for the rewind buttons, more for the highlights reel. There's that goalkeeper save from Franco Del Bianco. And then, boom, the rulo into the fence there from Tito Alemandi. Intelligent play. You can see he knows it. And the score goes 15-love. Aymargoni to Franco Del Bianco. A little bit too much on that lift there from Franco Del Bianco. 30-love. You can see there Aymargoni listening to Tito Alemandi. Both of them pressurizing the net. Both of them holding their position there. Forcing Del Bianco and Arce into a defensive stance. The Chiquita from Maxi Arce. Little drop. Good recovery there, Maxi Arce. Arce to Alemande, playing cross courts. Alemande finds the center. There she comes the way of Arce again. This time, Goni gets it right with the swivel, goes down the parallel. Maxi Arce not expecting it. The block is mishandled, and the score is 40-love. We are going to most probably see a tie break. You can see there, Maxi Arce completely wrong-footed, unable to block it effectively. 40-love. Maxi Arce momentarily off court, drying his racket handle. He's back on as Goni goes to Franco Del Bianco. First one, no good. Second serve is in. Del Bianco goes high. Looks for the center. And Goni with the block. Catches Del Bianco out of position. 6 games apiece. We are about to witness a tiebreak. And the crowd is excited, getting their money's worth. And you can hear even a vuvuzela in the background, a horn blowing. You can see their full capacity in the stands. Either side, that's the right-hand side stand. I can tell you the left-hand side is just as full, as well as the stand behind the camera angle and the one just ahead of it. And why not? 2 phenomenal semifinals being played today. This very first one, Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce taking on Aymar Goni and Tito Lamande. Number 1 seed versus the number 3 seeds. And our second semifinal coming up shortly is going to see the number 2 seeds taking on the number 5 seeds. Number 2 seeds taking on the number 9 seeds. That is Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez taking on Rama Pereira and Juan Ignacio de Pascual. Humdinger of a match, that second semi-final, mouth-watering, but nothing is as mouth-watering as what we have on our screens right now. Tito Lamande serving his first batch of serves in this tiebreaker. Love one is the scoreline. And this is nail-biting. Padel. There's the war cry. He looks for Maxi Arce to the left and to the right of the corner. And gets the point. 1-1. Big yell to Aymar Goni. Vamos. Let's go, Aymar Goni. Let's go. That first serve, no good. Clips the net and into the fence. He'll have a second chance, though. This time it's Franco Del Bianco who finds the center. Still not firing, Franco Del Bianco. We haven't seen Franco Del Bianco do what Franco Del Bianco does. Just power away and finish the points. It looks like he's about to pull the trigger, and then he takes the pace off it. Perhaps still reeling from his injury. I'd like to believe not. We saw him yesterday's quarterfinal. Exerted a lot of power. Perhaps just a strategy for today's game. Perhaps knowing that the ball is bouncy in this type of conditions. He's perhaps not taking any chances. Franco Del Bianco will serve, 2-1 up, a little mini break there on that second serve of Alemande, getting the point. Always good to get an early advantage on a tie break. This time, Franco Del Bianco does put power into it. And gets the point. See, he powers down, look at that. Doesn't get the kick. And the ball hits the head of Aymar Goni, who's completely out of position. He tries the swivel, ball hits him on the head instead of on the racket. You can see there Maxi Arce excited, chest bumping Franco Del Bianco. 3-1, Del Bianco goes to Alemande. Down the line he goes, and the return from Alemande is, as has been throughout the match, a lob to the top. There's another Superman dive from Franco Del Bianco, and a emphatic finish, Aymar Goni, as he's been doing, into the ground and out of the court. Banga, banga. Watch this. This is for the highlights reel. Look at that. Dive there from Franco Del Bianco. And then, look at that. And then comes the finish from Aymar Goni. Says, okay, you didn't let me finish the first one. I'll do it the second time round. Goni serving. 2-3 is the scoreline. Franco Del Bianco wiping the sand and perspiration off his body from that fall. First one, a little fortunate, clips the top of the net and falls down. Second one, not so fortunate, goes straight into the net. Players will switch ends. Aymar Goni will serve the second of his allotted 2 serves from the other side. Players will not take a lot of time, and we won't see a bench intervention there. We'll see the players just dry off, take some perspiration off, and they'll be back on court momentarily. And there they are, back on court. Aymar Goni will now serve his second of his allotted 2 serves. And he'll serve that to Maxi Arce. And that goes into the side fence. As an aside, players are playing with new balls since the last game. It was game 11. So at 6-5, just after the 6-5, new balls were introduced. And that's given... Oh, excellent return there, Maxi Arce. Goni must be thinking to himself, what do I have to do to finish this point? I thought the point was over not once, but twice. And this time to the body of Franco Del Bianco. 3-4, Arce about to serve. You can see there once, twice, he tries to finish. Maxi Arce equal to the task, and then it goes the way of Franco Del Bianco, who almost seems unprepared for that shot and swings in vain or just creeping under his racket, and the point goes the way of Aymar Goni. Arce to Goni. Oh, and this time it's Tito Alemande who clips the net. 4-all. As he tries to change direction and go to Franco Del Bianco. 4-4. Arce to serve to Tito Alemande. Well recovered there, Goni. Ball was dying off that hit there from Franco Del Bianco. Well taken. Chiquita there from Alemande to Del Bianco. Well dealt with. This time it's Aymar Goni who goes into the net off that swivel. And Arce, Del Bianco go 5-4 up. Tito Alemande to serve, 4-5. The earlier little mini break that Arce and Del Bianco got was reversed 2 points later by Goni and Alemande, so still all honors even. Break parity has been restored. And Tito Alemande will serve. 4-5, 6 games apiece. second set. The first set went the way of Del Bianco and Arce. If you've just joined us, we'll tell you all about it a little later. But for now, hold on to your seats. Don't bite your nails. It is gripping stuff. That serve a little on the long side. The lob from Arce, from Del Bianco, apologies. Arce looks for the middle. Changes direction. And again, Lemande on defensive mode. One lob, two lobs. Del Bianco tries to Larulo. Doesn't quite get it. Some taka-taka at the net there. And Arce finds the gap. Alemande defends well. Once again, here's the bajada. And Maxi Arce, the king of the bajadas. We warned you, we told you. And that's his second one. And it's 2 points out of 2. Look at that, perfectly executed. We saw it coming. We told you about it. He finds the angle. It's unplayable. This man should write a book on bajadas. He is the world's best bajada player. No doubt in my mind. I'm just a humble commentator, but I've seen them all. And this man does it like no one else does. 4-6 is the scoreline. Potentially a set winning point here for Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. 2 break opportunities. Goni into the ground and out of the court. A little hop. A little swivel with the wrist. Boom, bang, boom. Out of the court. Look at that. With power, well defended, Arce. And the second one, there is absolutely no chance for. Still, the scoreline favors Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. Franco Del Bianco is on serve. The score is 6-5. And if they are to win this point, it will be game, set, and match. So match point in his hands. He'll be serving to Aymar Goni, who will be desperately looking to return this, and with his partner Tito Alemande to hang on to the second set and perhaps make even a positive comeback to force a third and decisive set. They've certainly come to light in the second set, a lot better than the first set. They've pressed, they've pushed, they've been more aggressive. So would not be an upset at all. Del Bianco to Goni. The first one goes straight into the fence. The expectation is gripping. The crowd is quiet. You can hear a pin drop. And he goes high. Del Bianco for the very first time. He puts a little power. No power during the game. This time he puts power. The block from Goni straight into the fence. It's game, set, and match. Maxi Arce, Franco Del Bianco, 6-3 and 7-6. This is the first semi-final here of the Tucuman Open, the Aguilares Tucuman Open, the A1 Padel Global Tour, first tournament 2025. And we have our first finalists, the number 1 seeds, Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce, booking their ticket for the big to fight tomorrow for the biggest share of that $156,000 prize. On average, the A1 Padel, the biggest prize purses on Global Padel. Big hugs there with Coach Gaston Alonso. Not a very experienced coach, but clearly a big bond between him and these two players, Del Bianco and Arce. And you can see there, he puts a little bit more power into that shot. And there we go. And the block from Aymar Goni as he attempts to get to the net position. You see there's the backhand block, goes straight into the side fence. And that is the fat lady singing over 6-3, 7-6. And take a bow, Tito Alemande and Aymar Goni in the second set. They did put up a really good fight, way bigger than the first set, but there can only be one winner, and those winners are Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. We're going to see them celebrate there very shortly. We're going to have our on-court presenter having a word with the winners, but while we wait for that, there's the set summary. And you can see again break points 3 for Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce versus 2. And there is the unforced errors again. Only 7, whereas Goni and Alemande, 20 of them, a large percentage of that in the hands of Aymar Goni. 1 hour and 7 minutes was the total for the match. And strangely enough, Goni and Alemande, 28 winners versus 14, but those unforced errors were the deciders. Not what you want to see in a match at semi-final level. And 2 out of 3 set points, 1 as opposed to 0 from Aymar Goni and Adrian Alemande. There's the match summary. And really, look at that unforced error number, 14 versus 36. Not something you want to see. Anyway, lots to take back to the training ground and to the board. And we're going to go to the on-course presenter for the interview. We'll be back with you straight after that.
Bueno, Maxi Arce y Franco Del Bianco son los primeros finalistas del Tucuman Open y yo creo que no había mejor manera de empezar las semifinales que con este partidazo. Maxi, el ambiente que se ha vivido aquí. Sabías que era una dura batalla, ya los conocéis, pero la verdad es que habéis arrasado.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. La verdad que es muy parecido como jugar en Salta, estamos al lado y la verdad que lo viven muy candente, la verdad súper feliz por eso. También agradecido a toda la gente que nos está acompañando, mi familia, la familia de Franco a la distancia, la familia de mi novia que se vino de Santiago, la gente de Salta que está acá, así que súper feliz. Como vos bien decís, fue una batalla, un partido muy físico, nos conocemos un montón, hemos luchado por el 1, por el 2, por todos los puestos de arriba, así que va a ser un partido que se va a repetir mucho, pero creo que dimos la talla, estamos muy bien, hicimos una muy buena pretemporada, así que esto también se lo debemos a Gustavito, que está siempre al lado nuestro. Gracias, Gus, de corazón, y bueno, nada, un pasito más.
Bueno, y también te hemos escuchado decir que os sentíais mejor esta temporada. Yo creo que se ha demostrado que venís con las pilas cargadas, con la motivación por las nubes, y ahora ya estáis en la final.
Sí, nos hizo muy bien tener ese parón para plantear jugadas, para analizar lo que se hizo mal el año pasado, volver a estar con esas ganas, ¿no? de esa competitividad que por ahí nos faltó un poco en el año pasado, pero nada, es parte de un proceso, esto es muy largo, llevamos jugando, creo que este es el 5º año juntos, es normal que pasen esos altibajos, pero bueno, ya estamos prendidos de vueltas.
Y bueno, Franco, yo creo que una de las cosas que os caracteriza a los dos es que en los momentos importantes no os tiembla el pulso.
Bueno, ponele. Cayó de nuestro lado otro tiebreak, partidazo contra Tito y Goñi, que siempre es una batalla. Nosotros estamos muy contentos de estar en la final. Tenemos un objetivo muy claro y lo estamos intentando que sea para nosotros, así que nada, contentos. Primero que nada, gracias a la gente que se está acercando, es un show jugar acá. A todo nuestro equipo, a Gustavo, a Fede, a Joan, a Fer, a Cami, a las Camis, a mi familia, a la familia de Maxi que está acá, que hizo un esfuerzo enorme por venir, así que nada, muy contento.
Y supongo que os vais a quedar para ver quién son vuestros rivales. ¿Alguna preferencia?
No. Ahora iremos al fisio a descansar algo, a comer.
1000 horas el partido.
Que dure 1000 horas y bueno, nosotros lo analizaremos después y veremos qué pasa.
Pues gracias, chicos. Un aplauso para Franco Del Bianco y Maxi Arce.
We have it, and Claudia Navarro, our on-course presenter, talking about with Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, and talking about when the chips are down, they always seem to come up with a solution when the problems are there. And once again, they did in a tiebreaker. They spoke about a physical game, both under conditions and with the opposition that they were playing. And you can see their player statistics. Look at that. Aymar Goni, 28 winners, but 25 unforced errors. Not what you want to do. Tito Alemande, not far behind in terms of percentage. 8 winners, but 6 unforced errors and 8 forced errors. Not what you want to be doing. Not what Tito Alemande does usually. But they'll take this back to the training ground and they'll be back. And remember, being back is in 2 days' time, when the Cordoba Open, the A1 Padel Cordoba Open will start. They'll be preparing and thinking about that from tonight. Max Garce and Franco Del Bianco will be thinking about tomorrow's final. Who will they meet? We'll find out shortly. Final is back. We're going to leave you with these images, and we'll be back with you for the second semi-final. My name is Paulo de Grama for the A1 Padel Global Tour. Briefly, final of the A1 Aguilares. amazing venue, the Complexo Monsignor Herrera here in Aguilares in Tucuman. And why are you here? Why are we here? Well, we are here for the second semi-final of the Aguilares Tucuman Open, the A1 Padel Global Tour's first tournament of 2025. And this is the second semi-final. If you've just joined us earlier on, just a few minutes ago, the first semi-final ended with Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce beating Aymar Goni and
Señoras y
Tolemande by
señores, renovamos
6-3
el
and
saludo.
7-6
Les
in an exciting
agradecemos su
tiebreaker.
presencia
We're
aquí
going to
en
let
el
the court
Polideportivo
announcer
Municipal de
make the
Aguilares
introduction
en
of
el
the
marco del
protagonists of the
A1
second
Padel
semi-final, and we'll
Tucumán
guide you through
Open
that
con el
and
mejor
more.
pádel
Stay with us.
internacional. Primera fecha del calendario mundial del circuito A1 Padel que ha recalado en la provincia de Tucumán y en especial en esta ciudad acostumbrada a recibir el mejor pádel de todos lados. Señoras y señores, segundo partido semifinal. Presentamos, vienen de superar 4-6, 6-4 y 6-4 a Gutiérrez y González. Perfil bajo, dentro y fuera de la cancha, equilibrio y justeza. Número 14 en el escalafón A1 Padel, oriundo de la ciudad de Junín, en la provincia de Buenos Aires. Señoras y señores, presentamos, aplaudimos al señor Santiago Rola.
And there we go, the first of this all-Argentinian foursome in the second semi-final. And Santiago Rola, currently number 14 in the A1 Padel ranking. And from Buenos Aires, having reached the semi-final in 2023
Su
of
compañero,
the France Open.
potencia no exenta de calidad. Joven figura del pádel nacional, número 15 del escalafón A1 Padel, oriundo de Misiones. Presentamos al señor Facundo Facu López.
There's his partner, Facundo Lopez, affectionately known as Facu, number 15 on the global ranking. And another birthday boy. This time he didn't turn 20 a few days ago like Franco Del Bianco had his birthday a few days ago. But he's going to have his birthday in 2 weeks' time on the 24th of March.
Vienen de superar a
More
Archieri de
in the
Astorga
middle of the
en 3
A1
sets
France Grandmasters.
frenéticos. Señoras y señores,
21, 20
presentamos
years of age.
lujoso
These
pero
two as
efectivo,
partnership
fino pero a su vez
also
feroz.
won
Es de
of the
Pergamino,
Tour
ocupa el
Cup
puesto número 7 en el
1000 in
escalafón
Puebla,
A1
Mexico
Padel.
in
Señoras y
2024.
señores, presentamos
So they've been
al
playing for
señor
quite some
Juan
time.
Ignacio Juani de Pascual.
Here comes the opposition. A very, very exciting pairing on your screens there. Juan Ignacio de Pascual, one of the great hopes, great promises. The Menino Maravilla, the Wonder Kid, as he's known, from Pergamino in Argentina, 20 years of age, number 7 on the
Su
global ranking.
compañero es
A
originario
really
de la
exciting
histórica
player. We'll
camada
talk
de
to you a little
jugadores
bit more about his
marplatenses.
achievements
Quinta
and
generación
wait for his
de
partner
discípulos
to come
de
along.
la cuna del pádel mundial. Oriundo de esa ciudad, número 6 del escalafón A1 Padel, presentamos al señor Ramiro Rama Pereira.
Ramiro Pereira, he is number 6 on the global ranking. These two together, the number 2 seeds for this tournament. Playing the two young boys, Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez, 23 and 20 years old. These two, 26 and 20, the beauty of the A1 Padel Global Tour, young men fighting like warriors, the gladiators of racket sports that they are.
Enfrenta a Arcesimo y Dalbianco.
And you'll see now they will go on to court. The customary team photo will take place. And they'll toss the coin to see who will serve first. These two young men here on your left-hand side, Facundo Lopez and Santiago Rola, they have been semi-finalists before. Salta Masters in 2024 together. And they also won the Fabrice Pastor 1000 in Puebla, Mexico in 2024. So no strangers to this stage of competition. but not that experience. On the other hand, Rama Pereira and Juan Ignacio Pascual, take a listen to this. Rama Pereira in 2024 alone, after having been ranked in the bottom 30s, started playing with Tito Lamande at the beginning of the season. He's now ranked 6th. He joined 8 semifinals, 3 finals, and when he found himself in partnership with Juan Di Pascual, they won a tournament, the San Juan Open, as early as December, as recently as December last year. They won the San Juan Open as a pairing. What a season that man Rama Pereira had last season. Juan Ignacio Pascual also, and they did reach the semifinals of the Master Final in Venezuela. Those were our matches of the day. Del Bianco Arce versus Gonian and Imande. As I told you, that was earlier on, and that finished 6-3 and 7-6. A very exciting, very tense, nail-biting tiebreaker in that second and final set. Could have gone either way. It went the way of the number 1 seeds, which is Del Bianco and Arce. Let's see what happens with this. Strong favorites here, Rama Pereira and Juan Ignacio de Pascual. They are the number 2 seeds and also the bookmakers' favorites. They are exciting young men, very, very big talents, but it would be remiss to discredit Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez. Facundo Lopez in particular, you're going to see a lot of creativity out of that player. Santiago Rola, solid. There he is from Junín in Buenos Aires, 23 years of age. He does have a semifinal experience. He does have tournament win experience in the Fabrice Pastor Cup. And there's Facundo Lopez, a little taller, 1.9 meters high. Also from Argentina, Misiones is the town. And there's his birthday, 2 weeks' time, 24th of March. So they'll be looking to cause yet another upset. Yesterday in the quarterfinals, they beat an unseeded pairing, a pairing that involved Mr. Christian Gutierrez, and were very much the underdogs in that match. They came away really powerfully and winning that quarterfinal to get into the semifinal. There's Juan de Pascual, 20 years of age, recently turned 20 years old, from Pergamino, here in Argentina, meter 86. He'll be playing in the drive position, mostly because he's a left-hander, but equal to the task when it comes to finishing. Rama Pereira, a really exciting all-rounder, can defend, can finish points. He is a really good, strong, reliable player who is exciting at the best of times. A little older, 26 years of age, from Mar del Plata, here in Argentina, and as we said, a really amazing season last season. Roberto Arala is your match umpire. You'll be keeping law and order with our gentlemen on court. You'll be handling all the video reviews and making sure that everyone is well behaved. Specifically, the crowd that happens to be a full capacity. They came in their numbers. Padel, a really popular sport here in Aguilares. Aguilares, of course, the neighboring town or city to Salta, and a beautiful city that sits nestled along Route 38 between the Medinas and the Barrientos, Medina River and the Barrientos Creek. A lot of water, a lot of agriculture, 2 very important sugar mills, and an area known as the Garden of the Republic, because it's so dominant in terms of agriculture. There's Facundo Lopez. There's his semi-final in Salta and some quarterfinals. He did win. They've been playing together lately, and they did win the 2024 Fabrice Pastor 1000 in Puebla, Mexico. Here we have on your screen Mr. Marcio Arpino, and he will be sitting on the benches of Rola and Lopez. Very experienced coach here in Argentina. Juan de Pascual, tremendous talent. He didn't earn his nickname of the Wonder Kid, Menino Maravilla for nothing. I remember having watched his maiden tournament win in Cape Town, the first time the A1 Padel went to Africa, and it was a tremendous win. He was playing with Gonzo Alfonso at the time, and what a final, a lot of emotion running through those players, and he was young. He was 17 years of age at the time. There's Federico de Pasquale, and no prizes for guessing that Mr. de Pasquale is Juan de Pasquale's father, and he usually accompanies his son on the bench in most of the tournaments throughout the season. When he's unable to, he does deputize quite well. There's their head-to-head. They've played only once, and there is the result. Juan de Pascual Ramiro Pereira coming up on top, 25 games to 23. So very evenly matched in terms of form. However, coming into this tournament, they are strong favorites, are Di Pasquale and Pereira. This is a versus player on player, and obviously because they've played each other with different partners. And you can see there, Di Pasquale, 7 matches, Oroda, only 1 win with Facu Lopez against Pereira, or Juan de Pasquale. And the same applies to Lopez. 3 matches, only 1 win against Pereira, and that was when Pereira was playing with Tito Alemande. So lots of exciting, creative paddle to look forward to. These two here in black, the strong favorites. They're busy going through the motions with their regulation warm-up. They're warming up with the match balls, which are Knox Titaniums, Knox being the official ball partner for the A1 Paddle Global Tour for 2025, extending their contract from 2024. And as soon as they finish that, they'll go off court and do final preparations and come back to start the match. There's the road to the semifinals, and you can see there versus Relis Ferreira and Matias Segura, a great win. That was in the first round that they achieved that. And of course, yesterday's 3-setter quarterfinal where they took out a very strong pairing. These two, Pereira and Pascual, very much a story of 3 sets in the last 2 matches. Highlight yesterday, having dropped the first set by 6 games to 3, came back to win convincingly the next 2 by 6-3 and 6-1 to book their place in the semi-final. Both of these fighting it out to book themselves a place in the final to take on Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco in tomorrow's final. And of course, a big attack at that 156,000 US dollar prize pool.
Ei, Facu, vamos arrancar bem, tá? Nosso projeto é arrancar bem, tranquilo, rogando todos os pontos. Não vamos regalar resposta nenhuma, vamos rogar ponto, tá? Eu quero o lobby bem acima e trabalhando atrás, tá? Trabalhando, seja paralelo os dois e pegamos, quando se podemos, pegamos adelante. A rede nós estamos rogando muito bem, se conseguirmos ir para adelante, melhor ainda, tá? Atrás aguentamos até conseguir, tá? Pero vamos arrancar bem.
Oh, and they are underway. We heard Coach Marcio Alpino there, the Brazilian coach, talking to Facundo Lopez and telling him, be aggressive, but I want to see a lot of lobs. I want to see you push them back to the back line. I want to see you defend with patience. I want to see high lobs. And he specifically pointed out to Facundo Lopez to have patience. Your time will come to finish the point. And the very first point, there goes the way of Facundo Lopez. He waited and waited. The opportunity arose, finished the point fantastically well. Love 15, Roma Pereira is the one serving. And that backhand volley there from Roma Pereira straight into the glass. Love 30. Conversations already there between Rama Pereira and Juan Pascual. And Rama Pereira goes into the net. Wow, first game of the match and 4 break balls available here to Santi Rola and Facundo Lopez. Not usual in the first game. Early breaks are often thought not to be important, but they often come to count quite a lot. So Lopez and Rola will want to take full advantage of this. They are the underdogs, so to get an early advantage will be in their favor and psychologically will be very positive. Rama Pereira and Juan Pascual will not be fazed by this. They get one back and it's 15-40. Still 3 opportunities here for the break. Now down to 2 as Santiago Rola returns that with the backhand straight into the net. (30-40). Facu Lopez going over the head of Rama Pereira. Brilliant hook shot. And there's the drop shot from Juan Pascual. And disaster averted for the most part. First game of the set. Very much like the first semi-final. We have the first golden point. That drop, lots of backspin on that ball from Juan Pascual. Ball hitting the ground, they're just stopping dead. Santiago Rola receives for this golden point. And that lob over carries, and they will be not happy with themselves. 4 break ball opportunities. Well held, Rama Pereira and Juan Pascual. They come back to hold that and go 1-0 up in the first set. These players will turn around. You can see Mr. Federico de Pascual already talking to his charges and telling them, what are you doing, allowing yourself to get into that precious situation? And no doubt, Marcio Alpino is telling Facu Lopez, patience. I told you to have patience. Anyway, they'll be back on court immediately. And there we have. You can see time on court leading up to this semi-final for Pereira de Pascual, 5 hours and 52 minutes. So they've spent almost 6 hours in the lead up to this semi-final. No doubt Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola will be somewhere close to that. Santiago Rola to get the white team underway. He goes deep. That lob, very, very skew, goes out of court. Love 15. Rola to Pereira, a little bit too long down the center of the court. This time a little softer, a little deeper. There's the bajada from Rola, well blocked, Rama Pereira. This time he goes a little higher with a lob, trying to get over the head of Rama Pereira, who returns the favor. Change of direction. There goes Facu Lopez. Loses his patience, changes direction, and blows the point. Love 30. Good idea from Facu Lopez. A little bit too much power, a little bit too much heat. Not what coach Marcio Alpino will be looking for. Specifically made a point about that. Patience. This time he goes with power, Facu Lopez. Well defended, Rama Pereira. Goes for the rulo. Rama Pereira is wide awake to that. Returns down the parallel and Santi Rola into the net. Love 40. Very much like the first game, there are 4 break opportunities. Lopez and Rola didn't take advantage of them. Let's see if Juan de Pascual and Rama Pereira will take advantage of their opportunity. There are 4 break opportunities here. Love 40 is the scoreline. And Santi Rola goes to Rama Pereira. Change of direction. Hard with pace. There's a drop shot. Doesn't get the desired effect. Pereira down the middle. 2 bandejas in a row. And this time, Santirola with the finish. Into the ground, out of the court. You heard the buzzer there. Celebrations all round. 15-40, you can see there, not enough kick. And Santirola, well positioned, puts it away and out of the court. It seems the kick smashes are not working today at all. We saw that in the first semi-final. Literally, there was 2 that came off, one of Goni's and one of Maxi Arce's. And Maxi Arce's was a really powerful one. What is seeming to work are the flicks into the ground. Por cuatro. They're working. Goni had 8 of them in the previous semi-final. And already we've seen 1 here from Santirola. And there, unlike Rola and Lopez, who didn't take advantage of their break opportunity, Pereira and Juanit Pascual take advantage of theirs. They go 2-0 up, early advantage in this first set, and they'll be looking to, Juanit Pascual will be looking to press this advantage and get an early lead here off this first break, and psychologically get on top of Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola. Look of dismay there on Facu Lopez's face. They've got to keep believing, these 2 young men. They've got to keep believing that they can do this. Juan Pascual straight down the line. Ball returns Santiago Rola. Goes for a little bit of power. Again, the kick smash doesn't quite make it. Played from under the legs there by Rama Pereira, and this time it's Facu Lopez into the ground, out of the court. You see there, clips the top of the fence. Santirola drops it slowly. Rama Pereira well defended, but not enough. And the punishment is dished out by Facu Lopez. Great finisher is Facu Lopez. A lot of power for a young man. A lot of good technique. He does make mistakes, of course. They all do. But he is rising through the ranks because of his consistency and power. Not easy to have both power and consistency as a... As you can see there, Facu Lopez there. Bamboozled by the bounce off the fence of the ball. Goes down the parallel a little too hard. 15 all. Rama Pereira looking to change direction there, goes into the top of the fence. If you've just joined us, my name is Paulo De Carmo, commentating for the A1 Padel Global Tour. This is the first tournament of 2025. The Aguilares Tucuman Open is on your screens, the second semi-final, where Rama Pereira and Juanit Pascual are taking on Santirola and Facundo Lopez. And of course, at stake is a place in tomorrow's final to take on Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, who earlier on today beat in an exciting, thrilling match, Aymar Goni and Tito Lemande, 6-3, 7-6. Tucuman, where is Tucuman? Tucuman is 1,200 kilometers northwest of Buenos Aires, just 85 kilometers south of San Miguel de Tucuman, the capital of the province, and neighboring with good old Salta, which we know and will be back to later in the year for the Salta Masters, a great tournament with a great crowd participation. And Salta, of course, the birthplace of one Maxi Arce, former number 1, now number 2 player on the A1 Padel Global Tour. And there we go. Rama Pereira and Juanit Pascual ride the wave. They go 3-0 up. We're going to take a brief commercial break. We'll come back and talk about how Facu Lopez and Santirola can maybe get back into this first set. Monte Carlo International Sports, nothing embodies the motto of A1 Paddle. We live paddle like Monte Carlo International Sports. 10 years of spreading the passion of taking paddle all around the world to every possible globe. The first international professional tour to go to Africa, first one to go to Asia, first one to go to the US of A, breaking borders, bringing people together and contributing to society. And at the helm, Mr. Fabrice Pastor, the president of Monte Carlo Sports and the founder of the A1 Paddle Global Tour. And now it's supported. You can take a look at some of these players, how many of them are actually sponsored by Monte Carlo International Sports, especially particularly the very young players who need a bump in their careers to getting started on tour. And Monte Carlo International Sports is always there for these players. What a privilege to be associated with Monte Carlo International Sports. Mr. Fabrice Pastor, we salute you, and we can't wait for the next 10 years. Facu Lopez on serve. He goes to Juan Pascual, and the beautiful volley there from Facu Lopez straight down the middle. Ball bouncing off the glass, staying low. Juan Pascual unable to pick that up. And Facu Lopez cheekily raising the crowd, asking them to cheer. Not bad for being 3-0 down in the first set. You go 15 up, 15 love up in the next game, and you ask the crowd to cheer for you. The exuberance of youth, how beautiful is that? And that lob there from Santirola over carries, goes straight into the glass. Nobody's asking any crowd to clap for that. Big smile on the face of Facu Lopez. What a great character he is, this young man. He'll go far. He'll go very, very far in the world of paddle. Wonderful serve there. The return from Juan Pascual straight into the net, 30-15. Santirola with a little bit too much power. From the commentator's box, looked like it went straight out. There seemed to be a little bit of conversation around whether it was out or not. And umpire Roberto Arala says it's out, and out it is, 30 all. He goes again. This time he fakes the smash. Gets it right. Well retrieved. Roma Pereira changes direction. There's the kick smash. Roma Pereira reaches out. He gets it, but can't get it back on court. Facu Lopez changing the pattern. Look at that. Beautiful kick. Straight out. Perfect technique. Leg in the air. Big hop. Good preparation. Ball hits the second glass and straight out of court. Rama Pereira charging, but not quite enough. 40-30. Goes again. Trying to get shorter into a rulo each time. Taka at the net. Finds the gap. That's Juan Pascual. Well defended there. Rama Pereira with the attempted drop shot. And Rama Pereira with a forced error straight into the fence. Santirola, Facundo Lopez on the board. 3-1 is the score. Rama Pereira to serve. You'll be happy with that, Facu? What Facu Lopez and Santirola will be hoping for at some point right here, and pretty soon, the sooner the better, is a little counter break to restore parity and allow them to settle into the game. Are they going to be allowed to break? That's a completely different question. Juan Pascual and Roma Pereira will be doing everything they can to stop that from happening. Santirola with a change of direction at the net, catching Roma Pereira unawares, and the score goes. Ooh, look at that. Brilliant. Fakes the drive straight down the middle and changes direction to the left. And really well played. Santirola. Love 15 is the scoreline. Roma Pereira goes to Facu Lopez. Ball goes straight into the glass. Juan Pascual with some issues with some movement outside of the court. Rama Pereira says, Facu Lopez, if you can kick it out of court, so will I. However, he doesn't quite get it right. Well defended there by Santirola. Of course, cross-court challenge to Juan Pascual comes out on top. Love 30. You can see there as Juan Pascual is progressing into an attacking position, the angle of that bandeja a little shorter from Santirola, and Juan Pascual off balance, can't reach it. Love 30 is the scoreline. Goes for the fence, Juan Pascual. Again, well defended. And through the middle, drops the pace, does Rama Pereira. Both Rola and Lopez outstretched for the same ball. You can see here, look at that, it drops the pace. They both reach out for it, and neither can quite get there. 15-30. That return there from Facu Lopez, not quite over the net, 30 all. Second time, Rola and Lopez have an advantage as they progress on the serve of Rama Pereira and can't quite make justice of it. Previous time, they had 4 break opportunities. They leveled it up into golden point, and then Pereira and Pascual got away with a win with holding that serve, and there we saw it again. Love 30, and then 2 errors, and it's 30 all. Pascual into the net, 30-40, and 2 break opportunities here for Roland Lopez. Are they going to hold it, or are they going to falter as they did the previous time they got a break opportunity? Michael Lopez is certainly G'd up. You can see the body language. He's positive. He wants this. He wants to get back in the game. And he's going to be receiving. That first serve clips the top of the net and goes out from Rama Pereira. Second one a lot better, a lot softer. Got to hold their nerve, these 2 young boys. Santirola watches that off the double wall. Very, very much so. And then Juan Pascual with a fake smash. As Facu Lopez is moving towards the net, well executed. Juan Pascual, look at that. He fakes it cross court as well. And then just drops it gently down the parallel. Golden point we have. Still a break opportunity for the Rola and Lopez. No doubt Santirola will want to receive. No, apologies. Facu Lopez, riding his confidence wave, wants to receive. He goes high. Steps into the middle, goes over the head of Juan Pascual. They're definitely looking for those parallels. Santirola slips. And once again, they can't hold on to the opportunities for a break, and they allow the hold to come to them. So Rama Pereira and Juan Pascual riding their luck, or rather holding on in great style.
Você está jogando bem atrás, pero as decisões estão malas. Vamos caprichar mais, um pouquinho mais de capricho para quebrar, tive um tempo para quebrar. Ei, vamos sacar bem outra vez, tá? Estamos em cerca, estamos rodando bem nos pontos agora. Tá? Vamos aí. Vamos aí. Tem que desfrutar, vamos desfrutar, vamos jogar mais, vamos indo. Ponto a ponto. Tá? Vamos, Santinho. Vamos, Negrito, hein? Vamos dar um quebre só e já se embala o partido e vamos adelante. Vamos.
Bravo. ¿No puedo sacar una foto?
Ahora no.
Vamos.
Seamos inteligentes. Seamos inteligentes. Vamos. Dale, que lo están haciendo muy bien. Vamos, inteligentes. Muy bien, bravo. Ahora. Bien. Sé que te tienen miedo.
The message is clear for the bench of Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola, and that is to think about the decisions you're making. Take your time. You're making the wrong decisions. You've got the points at your mercy, and you are not enjoying yourself. You're nervous. You're making the wrong decisions. Let's enjoy. Let's take our time. Be patient and make the right decisions. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear what Mr. Di Pasquale was telling his son and Rama Pereira, but I would imagine it's more of the same. Santi Rola 1-4, serving to Juan Di Pasquale. Rama Pereira there with that backhand straight into the back glass, 15-love. There'll be no panic here from Rama Pereira and Juan Di Pasquale. They do have a good advantage. They'll be looking to ride out the serve again. And they can literally serve out the set if they hold on. Not too much stressful imagination of any sort. Great finish there. Facu Lopez, intelligent play from Facundo Lopez. Notices the movement of Juan Di Pasquale, goes in behind him, takes space off. The on-charging Rama Pereira is not going to get there. Intelligent play there, Facu Lopez. Very, very good. That didn't quite make it out. Rama Pereira was able to retrieve it. That one left a little short. And Pasquale doesn't quite finish. Again into the goes Rama Pereira. High percentage of lobs in this game. And there we go. Beautiful bandeja into the corner from Juan Di Pasquale. And Facu Lopez, not much you could do about that. He retrieves that one. But the next one is a step too far as he turns to come back. There we go. Come back again. Keep on going. Great lesson there for beginner paddle players and intermediate, all of social paddle players. Keep on knocking. Don't change direction. Player will hit and move, and you're going to catch him off balance by keeping on going in the same direction. Vary the shot, but maintain the same direction. Our court marshals hard at work once again. Our crowd again rising to the occasion, giving them a big hand of applause as they come to wipe off some perspiration on the side of Lopez and Rola. 15. That went a little long. Under the legs. There's Facu Lopez. There's the bajada from Rama Pereira. And the block with the backhand from Facu Lopez straight into the net. 30 all. There's one for the highlights reel. And then one to forget about. Change of direction there, Facu Lopez. Rama Pereira anticipating well, comes across, Portres out of court. Goes Rama Pereira, dominating the net, taking control, sliding across to anticipate the volley. Then the return tries to get over his head, and with the hook shot goes Portres, and out of court she goes. No defense, no solution offered whatsoever. And 30-40. Another 2 break opportunities for Pereira and De Pasquale. You get the feeling if they get this, they walk away with the first set quick and easy, and onto the second set they go. And there they do get away with it. They do break. That backhand from Facu Lopez going straight into the glass. He walks straight off court. The body language is completely negative, and it's 5-1. Juan De Pasquale is going to be serving for the set. He walks off court. He's drying his hands, he's drying his racket, but that isn't the reason why he's walked off court. He's walked off court, Mr. Facundo Lopez, because he knows what he's done is unacceptable at this stage of the game. He'll be livid with himself, and he will have felt he has let his partner down. His partner trying to console him, tell him that famous Spanish phrase, no pasa nada. But of course, pasa plenty, because it is 5-1 in the first set of the second semi-final. And it's 15-love. Juan De Pasquale serving to Facundo Lopez. And there goes Santiago Rolla, cutting through the middle. Rama Pereira with the block into the net, 15-all. High into the air goes Santiago Rolla. The vibra from Rama Pereira, well dealt with there from Facu Lopez. Goes for the rulo, does Facu Lopez go. Goes through the middle this time. Trying to get Rama Pereira to move. Open up the gaps. Juan De Pasquale covers the gap there in the center. Goes for power, that's Facu Lopez. And Juan De Pasquale will attempt to flick straight into the fence. 15-30. Great combination there between power and patience from Facu Lopez. Umpire Arala calling for time. Not happy with the time that Pereira and Juan De Pasquale are taking. In between points. So hook shot straight down the middle. Facu Lopez trying to move both Pereira and De Pasquale. And great idea there, Santirola. He would have gone down the parallel and caught Rama Pereira completely flat-footed. However, the ball goes straight into the net. You can see there, Rama Pereira was moving in the opposite direction. It would have been completely flat-footed, but not to be. And the score is 30-all. Juan De Pasquale goes to Santirola. Goes once. Change of direction there. Rama Pereira into the corner. Changes direction again to go to Santirola. Juan De Pasquale defending admirably there. The big hit there, Facu Lopez doesn't quite make it. Juan De Pasquale single-handedly handling the point. Now there's an involvement for Rama Pereira. And as Rama Pereira gets involved, the return is short. And Facu Lopez goes with power and definition straight down at, you can see there, straight at the body of Juan De Pasquale. And Juan De Pasquale can only turn. Ball hits him under his thigh. And on the floor he goes. No malice intended. You know, this is part of the game. These guys are all friends off court. This would never be harmful. It does sting a little, but it's often not very painful. 30-40. 2 break opportunities again for Rolla and Lopez. They've had this before twice. This is the 3rd time. What can they do with it this time? Facu Lopez comes across there. Rama Pereira looking to get in behind him. Patient point there. Santi Rola finishes, and this time Rola Lopez do get the break, and they'll come off. And we're going to take a commercial break, and when we come back, Juanito Pascual and Rama Pereira will be looking to serve out the game at 5 games to There's the fan base. Vamos, Facu and Santi. Nice to see the fans cheering for their heroes in the crowd. And Facu Lopez to serve. 2-5 is the scoreline. Lopez and Rola will be thinking, how did we have all those break opportunities and we didn't take advantage of them? Finally, they did cause a break. Is it a little too late? Holding their own. Well defended, Facu Lopez. Goes over the head of Santi Rola. Facu Lopez holds his power back. Doesn't finalize. Looking to surprise Rama Pereira. He was ready. That goes high in the air. A little bit of overcarry there from Rama Pereira. Excellent point. Patient build up there in that point there from Facu and Santi Rola. Neither lost their head. Perhaps they are now starting to settle in. It is a late stage of the first set. Down the middle goes Santi Rola and Facu Lopez there looking to find the gap between Rama and Juanito Pascual. Goes the right direction, but a little too low. Clips the top edge of the net. Beautiful reverse bajada there from Rama Pereira. Well defended. And beautiful rulo there from Facu Lopez. Excellent rulo. Ball bouncing just before the fence, dying off the fence. Perfect, in fact. That's what you want every time you go for the fence. Doesn't always happen. It's the nature of that mesh on the fence is that it gives you an erratic bounce. So often it works that way, very often it works a different way. 40-15 is the scoreline. 2-5, Santi Rola, Facu Lopez. Are we witnessing a major comeback here? The crowd is certainly getting behind Roller and Lopez. 40-15. Lopez to serve. Change of direction there from Rama Pereira. Goes down the parallel. And Santirola can't do enough for it, so it goes into the net. 40-30. Change of direction there from Roller. It's now going 1-1 again with Juan de Pascual. Changes. Facu Lopez over the head of Rama Pereira. And this time, well played, Rama Pereira. And the golden point is served. Break opportunity here for both De Pascual and Rama Pereira, and a potential win of the first set. Or are we to see a comeback from Rola and Lopez? Rama Pereira is elected to receive. Facu Lopez standing a lot wider than it usually does, to the left of your screen. Usually it's closer to the tee. He's looking for angle. He's looking to make sure. He's looking for a serve with impact to create a defensive shot. And that's exactly what he gets. And Juan de Pascual sends him back. One rulo, two rulos, Juan de Pascual, both missing the fence, but both to good effect. However, Santirola and Facu Lopez at the net in a commanding position. Santirola misses into the net. And if you've just joined us again, first set, first blood goes the way of Ramiro Pereira and Juan Ignacio de Pascual, the favorites for this match. And you can see there's a set summary, and you can see once again the unforced errors. Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola, 16 unforced errors to 8, double the amount of Rama Pereira and Juan Ignacio de Pascual, and break points only 1 out of 7. 1, whereas Rama Pereira and Juan de Pascual won 3 out of 4. That's a very big difference. 3 golden points won by Pereira and de Pascual, 0 golden points won by Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez. And that, at the end of the day, is what gave us the final result. An emphatic first set win by Pereira and de Pascual. The score certainly doesn't reflect the actual play of every point, but certainly reflects the opportunities missed by both Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola. Lack of consistency, lack of patience, and that has led to Rama Pereira and Juan Ignacio de Pascual wrapping up the first set and starting to feel a little positive about joining Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco in tomorrow's final right here at the A1 Padel Tucuman, Aguilares open. Rama Pereira will be serving to Santiago Roda, and he goes deep. And you can see there the scoreboard has just come up, and you can see 6-2 was the result of that first set. Big defense there from Juan Pascual. Santiago Rola was having none of that. You can defend the one, not the second one. He's feeling better about himself after that release. Question is, can it be sustained? Off the wall, high in the air. Juan Pascual looking for the parallel. There's the bajada from Rama Pereira. Well blocked, Facu Lopez. Comes across. This is more like it. Coach Marcio Alpino will be very happy to see how this is working out. A lot of patience from Rola and Lopez. And no doubt will Mr. Federico de Pascual also be pleased with these charges and the level of patience being exercised by both of them. And there's Santiago Rola with that pickup. Well too high. And after that great rally, 30 plus interactions between the two players, the two teams, that goes straight into the back glass. 15 all is the scoreline. Pereira serving to Rola. This time it's a turn of Pereira to go into the net. 15-30. See, they're very mistimed. We can tell you already that after this game, there'll be introduction of new balls. As per A1 paddle policy, balls introduced after 9 games, and every 11th after that. Those balls Knox Titaniums, Knox the official ball partner of the A1 Paddle Global Tour, having renewed in 2025 what was already a fantastic arrangement partnership in 2024. And speaking of partnerships, lots of new partnerships on the A1 list for 2025. And we have Paddle Tech Courts, built for a new era of paddle. These beautiful red courts that travel around the world, provided by Paddle Tech Courts. Jomo Paddle, of course, technical partner, developed a wonderful shoe with great new technology. Adidas recently joined as a technical racket partner, as well as Lock, the sister brand of Adidas. So both on board. And then View Travel World, a brand new sponsor looking to get the players around the world and as well as everyone else involved with the A1 Paddle Global Circuit. Monte Carlo Sports, our big sponsor. And of course, all the local sponsors of the local organizers. Great defense there, Facu Lopez. Off the glass, he goes for the second time. Great pickup. Juan Pascual again back to him, changes direction. Facu Lopez, this is champagne paddle. Facu Lopez pop the corks, but so does Juan Pascual. He really pops the court, goes cross court. Great technique into the second glass, and out of court she goes, forcing the golden point. Again, break opportunities wasted by Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola. And Facu Lopez hand up to receive this golden point. And are they going to get one? They did win one towards the end of that second set. Can they do it again? Rama Pereira goes to Facu Lopez. The first one goes straight into the net. And they do indeed. Fantastic return there, Flaco Lopez. Badly misjudged by Rama Pereira. Probably thought that was going out. The ball bounced just in, and the return a little too low into the net. Flaco Lopez, Santiago Rola on the board with a break. You see some player statistics there thus far. And you can see there the unforced errors. Look at that, Santiago Rola. Only 4 winners, but 6 unforced errors. Really, and 1 forced error. Really not a statistic you want to have behind your neck. Apologies, 9 unforced errors, 4 forced errors. Not the statistic you want behind your name. When you compare that to his cross-court opponent, Juan Pascual, 2 unforced errors, 2 forced errors. It's quite a difference, and that is why Santiago Rola and Flaco Lopez trail after having lost the first set by 6 games to 2 and are looking now deep and hard to try get back into this game in the second set. Look at Flaco Lopez. He's excited. He's motivated. He's a very passionate young man, this Flaco Lopez. He wants this. He wants to win all the time. Very competitive, very hungry player, and ultimately very talented. Santiago Rola to serve. Love 15. They've got an early advantage, Lopez and Rola. They want to press it. They want to hold the serve. Well, good defense there from both Lopez and Rola. And this time, Rola, yet another unforced error, straight into the back glass with that lob. Flaco Lopez asking the court marshal to come and do some cleaning. Perspiration marks on the glass. They were defending quite deep. No doubt touched the glass, and you want to get that wetness out of there. This magnificent tournament, it's been held here in Tucuman at the Complexo Monsignor Herrera in Aguilares, started off as with pre-qualifiers as early as last week. Over 80 teams participated in pre-qualifiers and qualifiers, and all of that got whittled down to 32 teams that started on the 3rd of March, just 6 days ago. And those 32 have now been whittled to only 3 teams. One that's already in the final, that's Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, and these 2 on your screen who are looking to book themselves a place in the final to take on those number 1 seeds. And obviously a big tilt at what will be the biggest chunk of the 156,000 US dollar prize pool. Be remiss of me not to tell you that once we finish tomorrow's final, the very next day we move on to Cordoba, where the A1 Cordoba Open begins. 10th of March, make sure you tune in through one of our various broadcast partners. If you are not in Argentina, if you are, take a drive, go to Cordoba. Wonderful setting, great place to be, great paddle to be seen. But if you're not, Disney Plus, ESPN, DAZN, Mediaset España, TV Monaco, La Liga Plus, Marca, YouTube. The options are many. And of course, you can watch in Spanish or you can listen to me, Paulo de Calma, in English for both your semifinals and finals of that tournament, just like this one. So stay tuned. And of course, the best way to stay tuned is to follow the A1 Paddle official channels on social media. Santi Rola serving 30-40. Break opportunity here for Pereira and Di Pasquale. Well defended Rama Pereira. Flaco Lopez looks for the gap in the middle. He finds it. Di Pasquale comes across and looks after it. Flaco Lopez trying to take the pace off that. Didn't quite succeed. Rama Pereira saw it all the way. Trying to push Facu Lopez backwards. And there we go. Well defended. And the power comes from Facu Lopez. Once, twice, three times. The fourth time, finalized it. They get the point. Force the golden point. You can see there 1, 2, gets back 3, and then the final one. He goes with power, and Juan Pascual just can't do enough. A brilliant example of you keep on knocking. And Facu Lopez did go in. Golden point, 40 all. Roller Lopez really want to hold on to this, not give up their break advantage. They need patience here. And patience it is. Rama Pereira into the net. They go 2-0 up in the second set. And listen to the crowd. Firm favorites, these two young men amongst the crowd. Not on the form book, but certainly with the crowd. Very popular. Great character is Facu Lopez. And so is Santiago Rolla. And the crowd quickly warming up to them. Everyone loves the underdog. And this looks like what could be a comeback of note. Juan Pascual to serve. Love to. You'll want to stay up with the pace. It's just one break. Nothing to panic about. But, easier said than done. When you're on the court, sometimes it tends to get away from you. Just like that shot of Santi Rollers going straight into the fence. 15 love. That one also into the glass, 30 love. More unforced errors from Sola and Facundo Lopez. Rolla, apologies, not Sola. This time it's Juan Pascual with that backhand into the net. 30-15. All. And there goes Juan Pascual into the ground, out of the court. After forcing Facu Lopez into the corner. 40-30 is the scoreline. Those tap outs have been very efficient today, both in the first semi-final and now in the second one. And that goes straight into the glass. And Pereira, Juan Pascual get on the board in the second set. And when we come back, Roller Lopez, 2-1 up, will be serving.
Tranquilo, irmão. Seguir trabalhando, seguir lutando. Tá? Vamos ganhar assim. Vamos seguir lutando. Levanta a cabeça, vamos. Com tudo, cara. Vamos ali,
Marcel Pino telling his charges, let's move forward, let's carry on. A little bit, same story, a little bit more patience. He's urging his charges to continue to be patient, to dictate the game. You're in it. Forget about the first set. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Adelante. Let's move ahead. Lopez comes across. Teases Juan Pascual into a change of direction. That Bieber into the corner this time. A little too high. Straight into the glass goes Lopez. Love 15. Lopez with the power. Well blocked, Ramo Pereira. Juan Pascual forcing them wide. Coming back to the middle. There's the tap out. Out of court. Por cuatro. Faco Lopez. Into the crowd she goes. Fifth row on the top back stand. That boom boom. On taco. Good pressure there from Faco Lopez, forcing Juan Pascual into the retreat. And that return off the back glass, a little too short, a little bit too much spin. And Faco Lopez on hand to say, bye, bye, little ball. Off you go, out of the court. Points on the board. 15 all is the scoreline. Faco Lopez to serve to Juan de Pascual. Beautiful, beautiful bajada there, Santirola. Finds the gap to the left of Ramo Pereira. Straight drive. And no chance there for Ramo Pereira. Beautifully executed. Doff your hat, Santiago Rola. That serve carried a little too much weight. We go again. And this time it's Paco Lopez with the hybrid bandeja vibora into the corner there of Ramo Pereira, again to his backhand, and the points go on the board. 40-15. Listen to the crowd. They love these two kids. And he goes for the finish. Does Faco Lopez. Juan Pascual gets a little tip of the racket to it. Change positions. Juan Pascual and Ramo Pereira. And the block there from Juan Pascual in his unnatural position on the left of the court. Goes straight into the back glass. Rola Lopez, 3-1 up. 1-3. Ramo Pereira to serve. Second set not going according to plan for Pereira and Di Pasquale. This time it's the turn of Faco Lopez to go into the net. 15 love. And Lopez again off that return. Looked rather simple, but he couldn't get it over the net. A little too close to his body. 30 love. A Chiquita return there from Santiago Rola. A little too close to the net for comfort for Juan Pascual. Can't get it over. 30-15. $40-15. $40-30. Goes down the tee, Ramo Pereira. Facu Lopez over the head of Juan Pascual. Ball over carrying, goes straight into the back glass. And that's Ramo Pereira and Juan Pascual holding serve. When they come back, 3-2 is the score. Second set.
Bueno, por eso te digo, cuando vos puedas, no poner la pisada. Pero no, ojo, no hago la pisada, quiero atrás. Lo que yo no quiero que el flaco recién 4 veces, 5 veces. Adelante ahora, papá. Cuatro lo que son fácil. No te van a echar un día y trabajo. Porque yo no quiero que el flaco machee 5 veces.
Una tiradora, 2, 3 veces día, vamos a ganar.
Cuando quieras te tienes que poner el globo al medio, todo, y la casa, ahí también me dio para ir aquí. El flaco está bien tirado para acá.
De última eliminamos por abajo, lo buscamos ahí.
Vamos agachar mais um pouquinho, vamos agachar mais. Estamos muito em pé, vamos agachar mais um pouquinho. Vamos um pouquinho. Quero sacando bem, tá? Quero 4-2. 4-2, vamos ganhar o partido. Vamos, Negrito, é? Alegria, tá? Alegria, desfrutar. Vamos.
Both coaches unanimous. You're on the right track. Keep doing what you're doing right now. Excellent return there. Facu Lopez well reached out. And Ramo Pereira in frustration with that topspin forehand straight into the net. Almost looked like he was playing a tennis shot off that back glass. 15 love. And off the fence that goes from Juan Pascual. Santirola a little bit dumbfounded off with that bounce off the fence. 15 all is the scoreline. If you've just joined us, 3-2, Santirola Facundo Lopez lead on serve in the second set after having dropped the first by 2-6. The opposition none other than Ramo Pereira and Juan Pascual, the number 2 seeds in this tournament. So the underdogs staging a fight back, the heavy favorites being put to task in the second set. Will they justify favoritism and form, or will they falter and allow these two young boys to force a third and final set? Time will tell. In the meantime, great duel going on here. Some champagne paddle being played here by all these protagonists. Earlier on, we saw the first semi-final. We saw Tito Alamande and Aymar Goni go down 6-3, 7-6 to Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. And the scoreline didn't really tell the full tale there. This rally here going on well. Over 35 exchanges already and counting. Over 40 now. And there's the power from Paco Lopez. Ball over carry straight into the glass. Where's the patience? Well exercised, all this patience during all this time. And then he loses his mind at the opportunity. Granted, the return was a perfect opportunity to power down, but bad control straight into the glass. And Paco Lopez is left scratching his head and ruining the opportunity of going 30-15 up. Instead, 15-30 down, and not where you want to be at this crucial point of the set. Here's the lob. Here comes the bajada from Rama Pereira. He's frustrated. You can see there he lifts his racket. He actually wants to hit his racket on the ground. He's had 3 of those. One sort of came off, was blocked, and the next 2 overcarried straight into the glass. This was the second of those 2. Not his day today. This young gentleman did play a 3-setter, but so did the other 2. So all 4 of these players played a 3-set quarterfinal yesterday. But to all this time, Ronald Pereira redeems himself. Goes straight at the body of Paco Lopez, who's busy on the turn, so he swings awkwardly at it, ball out of the court. 30-40, 2 break opportunities here for Pereira and De Pascual to claw back the disadvantage of the early break. Santirola and Paco Lopez will have to dig deep to save this. Mental strength, mental vitality, one of the most important things when you get to the stage of a set. High in the air goes Juan de Pascual, well returned. Gets the fence, doesn't get the desired effect as Santirola. Looks for the middle. Fortuitous bounce there from Rama Pereira, and the return from Paco Lopez straight into the net. And they have been broken, parity restored. 3 games apiece is the scoreline. You can see there, slightly behind him. He needs to step back, and then in a pancake-style shot, Facundo Lopez goes straight into the net. The break has counted. Parity has been restored. Juan de Pascual will serve now. 3 games all, and back in the game in the second set. This will psychologically affect both Rola and Lopez tremendously without getting into a prediction conundrum here. I have a feeling that Pereira and De Pascual will get a big boost from this and go on to serve out the second set and book themselves a place in the semi-final tomorrow, in the finals tomorrow, against Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. 15-love is the scoreline. Change of direction there from Santirola. Is now 2 in a row to Juan de Pascual. 3. Changes now. Back to Pascual. There's the drop shot from Paco Lopez. A little help from the fans. He knows he's done well. He calls for the crowd to get behind him, and the crowd responds. 15 all. That was excellent. Brilliantly executed, Paco Lopez. All four of these players looking for the fence at every possible opportunity and finding it, which is even more important. There's the backhand there from Rama Pereira, straight into the fence. It's not a happy man. There is Rama Pereira. A lot of errors. It's almost like he's overhitting most. You can see by his reaction, he's not happy with himself. 15-30. Into the net goes Paco Lopez, 30 all. And Rama Pereira will be ruining that opportunity. The ball was returned short by Santirola. Could have gone for power. Kicked it out of the court instead. He controlled his power. Paco Lopez returns well, then finds the center spot, and Juan Pascual can't move fast enough. The ball goes into the net. And there are break opportunities back on offer here for Roland Lopez. 30-40 is the scoreline. And we know Rola and Lopez have now got the hang of this break point opportunity thing. The last two they've had, they've taken advantage of. Some taka-taka at the net, and Paco Lopez into the net. The golden point is forced. Still a break opportunity here with a golden point for Rola Lopez. And Pascual holding tight. The crowd really building momentum, getting behind the players. This is what you want to do. And very well behaved crowd. When the umpire signals for silence, they go quiet. We've had several tournaments before where the crowd's been a little bit excitable and unable to control themselves, so things have taken some time. This crowd, however, buttons down when required. Well done, people of Tucuman. Paco Lopez chosen to receive. The serve goes from Juan Pascual, and that return is wild. It's misdirected, and it's into the glass, and it's well held by Juan de Pascual and Rama Pereira. They go 4-3 up, and we'll be right back. We're back, and as we come back, Juan Pascual and Rama Pereira have got to be feeling a lot better about themselves in this game. They've clawed back the early break by Lopez and Rola, restored parity at 3-all, served out their serve really held on well after having been 2 break opportunities down. Went 4-3 up, and you can see there Facu Lopez a little worse for wear. Shoe off. The physio, A1 Padel physiotherapist and medical team having a look. So I think we'll have a medical break. So we'll listen to what the bench sounds have to say. We'll hear what that sounds, and it looks like he's being looked at, and he's in good hands. The medical staff are of excellent quality. Health and safety, of course, paramount on the A1 Padel Global Tour. So, in that magic spray, perhaps maybe just twisting his ankle a little bit on a turn. Doesn't look like he's got okay. Slight discomfort there as he pulls his face. See how that goes. We'll leave you with that background music as the crowd gets entertained. Feeling uncomfortable, positive.
¿Quién lo define? ¡Grítelo! ¡Párese, Cruz! ¡Grítelo! ¡Grítelo! ¡Puntazo, amigos!
That brief commercial break. See, the medic seems to have done his job, and Facundo Lopez is putting his shoes back on. It seems like there's been some immediate relief for young Lopez. So we're going to see the players back on the court momentarily. See how that holds up. There we go. Big pat on the shoulder from the coach, Marcio Alpino, very experienced Brazilian coach. There's Faco interacting with the crowd. Back on court, there's Juan Pascual in position, Ramon Pereira in position, and Faco Lopez himself is going to be serving. That return goes high into the air. Goes for the ruler, looks for the center spot. Some taka-taka. Ramon Pereira this time with a backhand block. Gets past Facu Lopez. Love 15. Change of direction there from Facu Lopez. And there's the block again off the backhand from Juan Pascual. Santirola manages to keep his lob in. Goes down the parallel. Pereira looks to get him behind Facu. Well defended. And this time it's Santirola tries to go cross court, and into the net he goes. Rama Pereira anticipated it, moving across the line on the net there, but didn't really have to make contact as the ball goes straight into the net. Love 30. Both Lopez and Roller both going for the same ball there off the center. Luckily, they recovered well. And this time, it's the mistake is from Juan Pascual. 15-30. Good lob there from Rama Pereira, reminiscent of one Fernando Belasteguin, now retired. What's the panhandle lob? 15-40. And Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola must be thinking, why do they make life hard for themselves? 3 break opportunities here for Pereira and De Pascual. And these are break opportunities that are very realistic. They have the psychological upper hand. And should they break here, they'll be looking to serve out the second set and the match. Not a position that Facu Lopez and Santi Rola will want to be in. Facu Lopez especially takes exception to that, and off he powers away and finalizes that point. 30-40, still 2 opportunities. They'll have to win at least one more and try and force that golden point and then win that. He's motivated. Santi Rola a little bit more subdued. And this time, Santi Rola into the net. And the break is on. 5-3. Rama Pereira and Juan de Pascual. And Rama Pereira will serve now, looking to serve out the second set, looking to serve out the match. There is Santi Rola into the net. Not what they were expecting. You can see there, Facu Lopez just drops his head. He can't believe what he's just seen. He's looking to fight back. Instead, they're giving it away on their own serve. Another break. 5-3 after having won the first set by 6-2. And it is Rama Pereira who has yet to be broken, who's serving. Good block there, Facu Lopez. Going cross courts there. This time, ball over carries into the glass. Big dissatisfaction with his racket there, Facu Lopez. So easy for all of us to, when we play a bad shot, to look at the racket. It isn't the racket. We've played the back shot. And this time, Facu Lopez misjudges the kick off the glass. Swivels does reach it, but the quick flick takes the ball straight into the back glass. 30 love. And there's the gap. Both players going for the same ball. Both Facu Lopez and Santi Rola. And it's 40 love. Rama Pereira now serving for the game, the set, and the match. And you can hear the crowd in the background. They are motivated. They are encouraging. They have momentum. Does Rama Pereira have that momentum? Straight down the line he goes. Does he go for the big hit? Can he resist temptation and play the rally? Juan de Pascual certainly resists. And no need to play the rally. Santi Rola tries to reverse that off the wall. Goes straight into fence. It's game, set, and match. 6-2, 6-3. Rama Pereira, Juan de Pascual versus Santi Rola and Facundo Lopez. The number 2 seeds justify favoritism, book themselves a spot in tomorrow's final, where they will play the number 1 seeds. What a fan final. Number 1s versus number 2. I see Arce and Franco Del Bianco take on Rama Pereira and Juan Ignacio de Pascual here in the A1 Paddle Tucuman Aguilares Open Final. And that is tomorrow at 0700 p.m., 1900 p.m., and that is local time in Tucuman. That time in Tucuman is GMT -3. So synchronize your watches. Don't forget all our media partners. If you cannot be at the venue, Disney Plus, ESPN, DAZN, Mediaset España, TV Monaco, La Liga Plus, Marca, and YouTube. Here's some highlights how that ended. There's that reverse turn from Santirola at love 40. Lots to lose. Tries the fancy shot. No real game management. And Rama Pereira and Juan de Pascual say thank you very much. We will go to the final and take on Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. We're going to leave you with some highlights. We can't wait to hear our on-court presenter, Miss Navarro, talking to the winners. And we'll let you know what they say. No doubt the interview will be in Spanish, but we'll be able to get you some translation in English before we leave you tonight. So we'll leave you with these pictures, and we will be back to translate the interview very, very shortly.
Bueno, Juani de Pascual y Rama Pereira ya están en la final del Tucumán Open. Juani, sí que es verdad que hoy habéis hecho un partido muy sólidos, muy contundentes. Se te ha visto salir celebrando, gritando, desahogándote. Estáis en la primera final de la temporada.
La verdad que sí, estoy muy contento, de verdad, estoy muy contento. Nada, es difícil, de vuelta lo mismo, los primeros partidos, los primeros torneos son muy difíciles, la verdad que sabíamos que podíamos dar mucho más de lo que veníamos dando en toda la semana. La verdad que de algo valió sufrir tanto estos días. Ya estamos acá, hay que valorarlo, había que mostrar nuestra mejor versión y nada, ser lo más unido posible. Los tres somos un equipazo. Hoy creo que estuvimos a la altura de lo que queremos demostrar como pareja. Y nada, muy contento, de verdad.
Y Rama, estos días venías diciendo que no estabais en vuestro mejor nivel. ¿Cómo te has sentido hoy?
Hola a todos, gracias por estar acá. Bueno, primero que nada felicitar a Facu y a Santi que estaban jugando un huevo todo el torneo. La verdad que la venían rompiendo, lo estábamos siguiendo de cerca porque sabemos que podían ser unos futuros contrincantes. Facu estaba jugando una barbaridad, Santi controlando un montón. Y nada, nosotros por suerte creo que pudimos encontrar nuestro nivel. O más cerca del que veníamos dando. La verdad que yo creo que los primeros 3 partidos no estábamos totalmente satisfechos con nuestro juego, pero bueno, hoy se pudo ver que estábamos un poquito más cómodos. La verdad que nos enfocamos también mucho más porque sabemos que Facu y Santi son muy duros. Entonces, nada, salió.
Bueno, y mañana estaréis en la final, primera final de la temporada, y se enfrenta a la pareja 1 y 2 del torneo. Esto va a ser un espectáculo.
Bueno, ojalá que el público pueda venir, que salga un lindo show y que ganemos nosotros, ¿no?
Bueno, ya veremos qué pasa. Gracias, chicos. Un aplauso para Juani de Pascual y Rama Pereira. Y nos vemos mañana a las 7 de la tarde para la gran final.
Well, there we go. As we see, we have a look at those player statistics. Both players very happy with the win. They started off a little nervous, but as the game progressed, felt a little bit more comfortable. Very happy to be in their first final of the season. Also a little bit nervous because they had separate pre-seasons as to how they would handle the first tournament of the season. But as things have progressed, very much like today's game, they felt more and more comfortable. They're hoping to find their level tomorrow. Very glad to be in the final. And of course, so are we, because we're going to witness the number 1 seeds versus the number 2 seeds. And what a feast for fans that would be. Time 1900 p.m. local time, that is GMT -3. We spoke to you about our broadcast partners. You can also join me, Paulo de Carmo, right here on YouTube. And the best way to keep up with the happenings and changes and developments on the A1 Paddle Global Tour is to follow us on social media: Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, or TikTok. Just look for A1 Paddle Social. Follow, like, subscribe, whatever is applicable. And there on your screen is the final for tomorrow. Exciting times tomorrow. Can't wait to be with you. We're going to leave you with some of these pictures. We bid you adieu. We bid you good night. And we'll see you tomorrow for what promises to be a nail-biting humdinger of champagne paddle that is going to be thrown at your screens. Good night and have a lovely one.